Hi, guys. Welcome back to Crime Time with Jess. I'm not sure how long this live is going to be because we don't have too many things to talk about, but I did say way earlier this morning that, things were going to be coming in left and right, most likely about the killer, Bryan Kohberger. And there's been a couple of things. One of the things is what he has said, which is just, can I be human here for a second and just say how much I despise this person already? Because I see what he is trying to do, and I think you guys will as well. But I want to talk about this. This is Bryan Eden reporting again. Hang on, just let me make sure you guys can see it. You can? Good. Okay. So he writes, this was at 12:58 p.m. today. The public defender in Monroe County, Pennsylvania, says Bryan Kohberger is, quote, eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible, unquote. Says Kohberger intends to waive his extradition hearing to expedite his transport to Idaho. I can see through this game. I hope everyone else does as well. This guy is playing a game. He is playing sight games with the public. That is what he is doing. This is absolutely ridiculous. It definitely gives off Ted Bundy vibes big time. Okay. I knew yesterday when they were reporting that, hang on a sec, guys. What do you How do you know?
Because Callie told me.
Okay. I will handle this in a minute. Okay, what? Tell Daddy, please.
I did.
What did Daddy say?
He said, go tell Mommy.
Okay, I'm sorry. So my son has walked out of the safe zone and gone to a park that is too far away from our house. And my daughter is telling on him. And apparently she told Tyler, because I just told her, go tell Daddy. Because I'm doing this live stream right now. I'm gonna have to handle this. And she said, I did. And I said, well, what did Daddy say? And he said, go tell Mommy. So we're both like, anyway, how do you make yourself look like a bad parent without trying to make yourself look like a bad parent? I think I just accomplished that. Either way. So yeah, talk coming up for me and Jace. But back to this. The public defender in Monroe County, is saying that he's eager to be exonerated. This guy, I was talking about it earlier this morning. His grandiosity is through the roof. I truly believe this man. I just want to attach this to his name that he truly believes he is the smartest person in the room. That is my assessment of him. Looking at the boldness of the crime, the choice of weapon, and now what he is saying. Yesterday, saw him planting the seeds of doubt in the public's mind with the, has anyone else been arrested? I mean, he's sort of like taking weird little pages out of Ted Bundy's book. He really is. Would not surprise me if this guy's going to be heavily involved in his own defense. And I really want to see. Well, I don't, because I think he's going to make a complete circus. I was hoping that this wouldn't go this way, but I'm not surprised that it had. Hey, Jess. Hey, girl. How are you? Yes, you just had to hear a little family matter during my live stream. So my son's definitely in trouble. Definitely not allowed to go out of a certain zone here. Now I can't get my mind off of that I need to go in there and say something to him. But he is home. And from what my youngest daughter is saying, my oldest daughter has gone in on him. She has probably already mother henned him and yelled at him. And he is going to get that from me as well. He's going to get a talking to. Not trying to be a mean parent, but you have to stay within certain perimeters that are safe, that we can see you, because, well, mommy follows a lot of true crime, and, I just know that there are crazy people in the world like this guy. So, LuLaRue, hi, YouTube unsubbed me from your channel, just resubbed. Oh, well, I don't know why they did that. They must hate me. Lola. So, anyway. Yeah, I hope that the public does not fall for this. His DNA, again, was found at the scene. The second thing that I want to talk about is Kaylee Gonclaves' dad, Steve, and what he said to ABC News. Because it's becoming more and more apparent that Kaylee was most likely the main target. I'm just going to play it for you. It's short. So I'm going to pull that up real quick. For some reason, when I show screenshots and then try to have a Google video like waiting in the wings, it always takes YouTube video, it always takes the YouTube video down, which is annoying, but so we'll deal with it because I can bring this up pretty quickly. All right, so here's this. All right, so we are sharing again, and okay, AV Watchman. All right, so let's watch this real quick. And it says, Idaho murder victim Kaylee Gonclaves' dad sees connections between her and suspect Bryan Kohberger. It's on ABC 7. Let's play it.
Is the break investigators have been waiting for weeks in the brutal murder of 4 college students in Idaho. Detectives arrested a suspect, 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, in Pennsylvania, hundreds of miles away from where the killings happened. They say the students were stabbed to death. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed several times. Authorities are still looking for the murder weapon, but have found the white car. But they don't know yet why the crimes were committed.
These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process.
The father of one of the murder victims, Steve Gonclaves, and his attorney say they see connections between Kaylee and the suspect, but they aren't ready to talk about exactly what those connections are. The arrest comes the same day as his family is holding a celebration of life for Kaylee. Hello, I'm Mark.
So Kaylee's dad said that they are already seeing connections between Kaylee and Bryan Kohberger. They are not ready to discuss what those connections are. And one has to wonder why. I have seen people speculating pretty hard that this is because she had an OnlyFans. I haven't seen an OnlyFans. I don't know if she had an OnlyFans. Oh, no. I just accidentally kicked over my little heater. Sorry. Hang on a sec. I'm having all kinds of, yes, I am. If it's not technical issues, it's familial matters. It's house matters. Anyway, so him saying that they are not ready to talk about it yet. I personally feel that it's something that they may be ashamed of in some way, but even if it is an OnlyFans, there's no need to be ashamed. A lot of women, young women, even guys have done OnlyFans. It's just, even if she had an OnlyFans, which we don't even know if she did, but even if she did have an OnlyFans, it does not constitute her being murdered with her 3 other roommates. So I don't give a damn if she had an OnlyFans. And I hope that if it's something along those lines, that they don't feel a lot of shame, because an OnlyFans doesn't equate you being brutally murdered. That's not what it is. So let's see. Patty Gemini, hey, how are you? Remember, the chief of police stated that if anyone even thinks they could be kin to the killer, to please come forward and give a DNA sample. In my opinion, I believe it could possibly have been his sister that turned him in. It's quite possible because she is a therapist, correct, Patty? So Lola is saying, I wonder if he was a fan of the show Dexter. That's the vibe I get anyway. Or a wannabe Dexter, because Dexter was good, for lack of a better term. He was a good serial killer in the manner that he committed crimes. This guy was crap. He didn't even last 3 months. I'm just saying, it's so pathetic. I feel like who this guy was trying to be, it's just absolutely pathetic. Like, you did not do a good job, you moron. I see some profilers, specifically Pat Brown, saying that she thinks that this was like his day in the sun, that he's like a mass murderer. But I don't know. I don't know that I'm not a profiler, but I just don't really fully agree with that. Like, all the steps he was taking to not be caught with the questionnaire, and which again is just still stunning to me. But all the steps he was taking to not be caught, I don't feel like this guy wanted to be caught. He went back to class, and he was even in the classroom, like when his classmates were discussing the murder. So I mean, I guess in order to not draw suspicion, he would have had to carry on his day-to-day life. But even so, I don't feel, and again, that even shows another sign of him not wanting to be caught, because he continued to act in a manner like, my life is fine. I'm going right on with my classes, nothing disruptive to me. Wow, that's really terrible. This happened to these people, but I'm fine. So Grammy is saying, in my opinion, the Greek restaurant is a way they were introduced, possibly. Yes, it is possibly, because I believe that the Mad Greek has vegan food, correct? But see, didn't Kaylee, because Kaylee worked at the Mad Greek and she worked at the Dutch, is it the Dutch Brothers? I think she worked at the Mad Greek before her death, though, correct? Hi, Sky. So let me just look up the Mad Greek real quick. I just want to, oh, why did I do that? Do they have, I don't know. Mad Greek, Idaho, vegan options. Yeah, so when you type in, vegan options for Moscow, the Mad Greek is the first thing that comes up. But when I'm looking at their menu, I'm not seeing anything that is vegan. Let's say just have vegan options. Let's see the menu. Sorry, I probably should be pulling this up. Hey, Robbie. Yeah, I'm not really seeing on their menu. This looks very Italian. But it doesn't. Oh, nope, there it is. Sorry. I'm blind, apparently. So right at the top, because I'm blind again. right at the top, next to the Mad Greek name off to the left in small letters, it says, ask your server about our vegetarian and vegan options. So his aunt coming out yesterday and saying, he was really weird with his food choices. His veganism was extreme. I don't think that she was trying to say, because he's vegan, he's a weirdo. I don't think that's it. I think it's more that she was saying that his veganism was just something that was off the charts, basically, way above what normal people, that are vegans do. So I just want to show the Mad Greeks menu so you guys can see that for yourselves. And then I also want to show something I found interesting on Sleuthing the Truth. Came across my timeline. And I just want to share that real quick. So hang on a second. Because, we all can't have Robbies who help us with all of our our YouTube stuff like Mr. Jim Terry, Robbie. So here's the Mad Greek. And as you can see, like I just said, off to the left, there it is, saying, ask your server about our vegetarian and vegan options. Any of you guys can Google this yourself, the Mad Greek, and look at their menu. I just screenshot this as I was looking at it. So, but there's just some of the things they have, some of their menu stuff. And then I also want to look at this. Okay, so yeah, this came across my timeline. Again, the channel is Sleuthing the Truth. Hopefully you guys can see that. I'm trying to make it as big as possible. What she said, or what she posted, and I'm saying she, and I don't even know if this is a guy or girl. As you can see, I'm not subscribed to this channel, but I should probably go and subscribe to it. So, because YouTube likes to put things in your algorithm that you're not necessarily subscribed to. So, anyway, here we go. She posted this screenshot, or he or she posted a screenshot. It says, anonymous, please. He was arrested only 40 minutes from our home near our aunt and uncle's. Went to school with my cousins. His sister lives in our town. Obviously, she's talking about Bryan Kohberger. A good friend of ours was one of the cops who has been following him the last couple days. He coaches with my husband and was telling him all the crazy details. He followed him into a Giant, which is a local grocery store, and wore gloves the entire time. He's not stupid and has been very careful. Also, he's been stalking them for weeks. Not sure if they ever interacted, but his cell phone pings followed their every move for weeks. So freaking scary. So this person was remaining anonymous. I don't know if that's true or not. I did find it interesting, so I thought I would share it with you guys. Hey, Nance, how are you, hon? Patty Gemini, the girl that went back over video from the store, she worked out as a hero to me. Same to me, Patty. Same to me. This car was a big piece of puzzle that could have never been brought forward. Thank you, young lady. Yes, listen, I talked about her a little bit last night on the live stream. I keep saying last night, but it was actually like 4 o'clock this morning. But yes, she is an absolute hero. Her alerting the police, people think that the public doesn't help. Yes, they freaking do. Do they meddle and speculate? Yes. It's, it's the bad that comes with the good. But this young lady or this woman alerted the police to camera footage. And, this is where the car thing has come about. So you see the public helping. And while not everybody in the public does help, most people try. They try to. Robbie. Oh my gosh, they're so tough on me. I bet they are. They're probably slave drivers over there, Rob. You could always come over here and not not have it so tough. Jess. Jess is saying maybe he's sober from drugs and really got into being healthy to the point that it's his new addiction. Yes, girl. Yes. I was thinking the same thing. One addiction, one extreme to another. A heroin addiction in high school is extremely extreme. I talked about that earlier this morning. It's just extremely risky behavior. And then to go from that to an eating disorder, kind of, is what it sounds like. This extreme veganism where it's far outside of the realms of normal veganism. One extreme to another. And addicts tend to fixate on things. They do. They fixate and they take that thing to the extreme. And I feel like his addict behavior, stemming allegedly all the way back to high school, carries on. Because if what we just saw, that post from an anonymous person, saying that he stalked them for weeks, that his phone pings were showing that. With them going into his apartment, it's going to be very interesting to see what comes out on his end, on his laptops or his phone or anything like that. It's going to be really, really sadly interesting. Patty Gemini, how anyone thought that you could stab 4 people to death in different parts of a house and not know that you're going to leave DNA? Yes, I said this earlier this morning. Law enforcement did say this was a sloppy job of murder. Yep. Again, I this guy's grandiosity really gets me. And now what he is trying to do with plant these seeds of doubt in the public's mind that I didn't do this. I didn't do this at all. Hey, did you guys arrest anybody else? And then that's the one line that everybody sees after he's arrested. What did the guy say? Well, he asked if anybody else was arrested, implicating not only himself. I mean, to me, isn't that sort of an admission? Like, hey, do you arrest anybody else too? You know what I mean? It's kind of like, oh, okay, well, you got me, but did you get the other people? I don't think there are any other people, Bryan. I don't think there are any other people. And I just want to say, I'm going to go on a little rant here for a second. The people that have a problem with Kaylee's dad, get over it. Get over it. Okay? You've never been in this man's shoes. Well, most of you. And, yes, did anger show? Absolutely. It is a part of grief. Did he say a little bit too much? They got there, man. I don't think he did. But, I've seen people sort of making fun of him. Like, oh, when does he ever stop talking? Listen, it takes parents like that. It takes pressure like that. This case is enormous. The guy that they took off the street is extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. He would have killed again. There's just no doubt for me with that. So when you have a family that's pushing, that's in the media, yes, you can look at it as, oh, he's saying too much or whatever, but it does take that sort of pressure. The Moscow Police Department, do I feel for them? Yes, this dropped in their lap. Of course, they didn't see this coming, but the pressure was on them to find him, and they did. And now they deserve a round of applause for doing their job. And they did it well. And they're continuing to do it well because they're keeping things close to the vest. And another thing, I'm glad that Bryan Kohberger has waived his extradition. That just means that we get to see the affidavit sooner, because Chief Fry was talking about that in the press conference yesterday, that, he could not release that affidavit without Bryan being back in Idaho and being served. So being that he's waiving his extradition, we're not going to have to go through a bunch of court proceedings. He's just going to be brought back to Idaho. So therefore, we're going to get to see this affidavit sooner, because the chief was saying that it might be a couple of weeks, before we would be able to have access to the affidavit, which I was like, ugh, it's going to be a minute, because there's so many questions with this. But now that he's coming back sooner, again, we get to see it sooner. So there's going to be some questions that are definitely answered in that affidavit. What type of evidence they have on him, I mean, they're not going to lay their whole case out, but we're definitely going to get some answers from that affidavit. So I'm happy that he still seems to think that he's the smartest person in the whole darn room, and that he's just looking forward to exonerating himself. The psychological gains that Bryan Kohberger, if I'm correct, is about to engage in, I really fear that he is going to turn this case into a circus, which is going to be unfortunate for the families. It really is. But I sincerely hope that the public does not fall for it. And I know that there will be people that do. I know that there will be people that are like, oh, well, he's saying this and this and that. I don't give a damn what he's saying. This man is a psychopath, allegedly. So, Patty Gemini, vegan? So that's why he didn't kill Murphy, because he thinks more of animals than humans. Ooh, that's a good observation, Patty. That really is. Because people keep bringing up Murphy, why he did not kill Murphy. I have thought, is the guy an animal lover? Does he, did he just not want to take the time to kill the dog? Did Kaylee come out of her bedroom and shut Murphy in behind her? I don't know. But that's a good theory. Yeah, because he thinks, but he considers himself, it's weird because on his Instagram, he wrote food lover with all the pasta and pizza. Yeah, I guess that was, but the pizza had a pepperoni on it. I'm just thinking aloud. Either way, a food lover, but he's an extremist with veganism. So how much do you actually love food? But that is a really good observation. Equalizer. Moscow did a great job of keeping info away from the web sleuths that would have screwed up his capture. Well, I mean, they did put out the car, and that was one of the things. I mean, the car was towed from the house. So this guy was such an idiot and so bold. I'm telling you, this guy's grandiosity outweighs everything, it seems, with this guy. He kept the damn car. Why would you keep the car? And then some people have said, they've theorized that, was the car in his dad's name or his parents' name or something like that, and he couldn't get rid of it. I don't know. I think it was probably in his name. Probably. I just think that he really believes that he can get away with this. And I think he still believes that. I think that's why he's coming out and, saying this. Oh, I can't wait to exonerate myself. Are you serious? And then you have Kaylee's dad over here saying, yeah, we see connections. We are starting to see connections between Kaylee and him, and we're not ready to discuss them yet. I feel like there's something that they're ashamed of. And I feel like the family has, especially like Kaylee's family, I feel like they have just had a feeling that she was the target. I feel like they've had that feeling this whole time. And I think it's kind of being solidified to them. And it might be a little difficult for them to take. But I think that they just really have to remember that, number one, we as the public, we stand with them. And number two, I don't give a damn who has an OnlyFans or whatever. It does not constitute being brutally murdered. Period. So, anyway, Robbie, well, to be a vegan, you got to really like food because you're limited to what you like to eat. Got to have a wide palate, I'm sure. Yeah, I think of food lover and I just think of steaks and all the things I like, Robbie. So, I'm thinking like somebody that's like controlling the hell out of every little thing that they eat. I don't know. I love food. I like want it all. But yeah, so me too, girl. Me too. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But, oh, Nance. Hi, Nance. I don't know if I said hi to you. Hey, Cluckers, girl. How are you doing? Grandma, hi, Jess. My granddaughter held me hostage on the phone. Okay, well, I'm glad you're in here either way. So, Grandma, any thoughts here? Robbie, any thoughts? Cluckers, Equalizer, you guys have any thoughts on this guy, him trying to cast doubt from the gate? You think this is going to work on the public, or you think the public is going to shut him down and be like, dude, get the hell out of here? Patty Gemini, John Wayne Gacy said that same line upon being arrested to try to put fear in the public and present a reasonable doubt. He researched serial killers. Yes, Patty. And I believe that Ted Bundy said something along the same lines. So him doing that, it's a psych thing. It really is. It's a psych thing. I mean, he took psychology, for Christ's sake. He has a bachelor's in psychology, master's. You know what? People keep they just keep saying that. Well, it's not really that hard to get a degree in criminal justice. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, yes. Are we known for being math people? No. I always tell this story, but I think it was like my first or second day in college for criminal justice, and the professor goes, "How many of you like math?" And like there was virtually no one that raised their hand. And he goes, "How many of you excelled in English?" And all these hands shot up. My hand shot up. People that go for psychology and criminal justice and things like that, we're not really known as math people. Okay, we're not. Do I think physics is harder? Yes. But even so, you have your math people, and then you have people like me. You have your criminal justice people. And, but we're just not aspiring to be mass murderers or serial killers in the way that Ted Bundy or, this guy were. So, Grandma, I love math. I loved English. Did you? Well, you're an anomaly. Why can I not say this word? This is my second time today trying to say anomaly on a live stream and messing it up. So, Nance. Hang on a sec. Nance, your comment went up too far. Now I can't see it. It's just Robbie. 2022 didn't end. Didn't end before the acronym PhD and the word heroin, as in drugs, are associated with the same individual. Hot diggity fucking dip. Jesus, Robbie, I didn't know you were going to say all that. I would have put up that comment, but yeah. It is very telling. His drug use, again, you just go back and what we know so far with this guy's extreme risk-taking behavior. A heroin addiction is extreme. Again, with every shoot up or with every snort of heroin is potentially your last. Heroin addicts know that. They know they could die any different bag of heroin they get. So, but they engage in it anyway. Then he engages in extreme food control with, this extreme veganism. Then he's going to college for psychology and criminal justice, criminology, and he's also attempting to plan this perfect murder. I really believe that he was wanting to commit murder prior to him picking Kaylee and her house as his target. I feel like him targeting Kaylee came after his desire to commit murder. Drugs are bad. Okay. Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, you know what? I can't wait to see a case where we do not see drug use involved. Like John Kelly, the former, FBI criminal profiler, he wrote a book about addiction, and he was an addict. He was an addict that turned into an FBI criminal profiler. So I found that very interesting. And this guy, with his background, could have done something similar. But instead, he commits this heinous quadruple murder. It just beggars the question of what the hell is wrong with Bryan Kohberger? Which, simple question, very complicated answer. You know what? And another thing, when Brian Eaton went up to their house, because Brian Eaton's, Spider-Man, and got into a gated community and went up to Bryan Kohberger's parents' home, where you could see there was like duct tape all over the door. Somebody said, it's probably from them kicking the door in, probably. But Brian Eaton goes up there and knocks on the door, and a man comes to the door, and like the first thing he says is, "It's not my problem." And I was like, I had to listen to it like several times. Did I really just hear him say that? Because I think that's Brian's dad. And then he kept telling Brian Eaton, like, just get off my property, get off my property, get off my property. So, but to initially say it's not my problem, I thought that was a little telling if that was Bryan Kohberger's dad. It's not my problem. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what you would say in a situation like that, because I think finding out that your child committed, just a crazy heinous act of murder, I don't know what you would say to that. But I don't know if what would come out of my mouth is it's not my problem. I mean, your son was just holed up in your house. They just kicked your door in to get him. It's not your problem. Well, it just sounded very cold to me. Grandma, Chad just pushed the right buttons. What are you guys talking about? Oh, Lori Vallow. Was Lori Vallow on drugs? I don't know, Mariah. I don't believe so. Yeah, schizophrenic, maybe, probably. But I don't believe she was a drug user. Grandma, that's why you're saying Chad just pushed the right buttons. Yeah, Chad really, her drugs seem to be extreme religion. Patty Gemini, didn't they take hazardous equipment into his apartment? In my honest opinion, that could be because he took souvenirs from the girls. Yes. Thank you for bringing that up, Patty. Yep. I saw that as well. They looked like they were in white suits and stuff like that. And I believe as well that he most likely took some sort of souvenir. The knife is very vital. Again, that choice of weapon, it was very personal for him in that way. I can only imagine where he has that knife. If he buried it, if I wouldn't think that he would keep it in his apartment. But then again, I mean, he has done some really stupid stuff so far. So I don't know if it would fully surprise me if he did, but I feel like he's hidden it somewhere. But no reports of the knife being found yet or anything. But I do wonder what other souvenirs he took. Because I think he definitely did. Took something of theirs. Took something. Even, hair or stuff like something. He took something. I would guess. Anyway. Equalizer. That knife is in the Mississippi River. No, I would disagree, Equalizer. Like this crime, again, I can't stress how unique this is. Unique in a terrible way. But this type of person doesn't just commit a crime and then, oh my God, I got to go throw this in the river. No. He is going to hold on to that knife or put it in a special spot where only he knows where it's at, because he most likely is going to revisit it. He's going to go back to it. And that's a connection to the murder, a way for him to relive it, things like that. So, yeah. Jason M., he used his card, not bright. Exactly. You know, there was just things that this guy did that I'm like, you're not that damn smart. You know, and he's still, that's why it's astounding to me that he still thinks he is the smartest person in the room, and that somehow he's going to get out of these murder charges and exonerate himself. It's just incredibly grandiose. Incredibly grandiose. Grandma, no, I think this guy wants to keep that knife. Yeah, for sure. I would definitely, I do not think this is something he would get rid of right away. This is not that kind of murder. Liz V, the other girls on his Instagram, TikTok girls, are they from the same area? I didn't look. And me and Allie Cat, Allie was sending me stuff. She believes that Instagram to be fake. She has me questioning whether it is or not. Did I say gray hues? No, I didn't say gray hues. I'm a little stuffed up, so maybe my voice sounds weird, but no, I didn't say anything about gray hues. I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't say his name. I don't watch Gray Hughes. Do you watch Gray Hughes? Because nothing against him, but I just, yeah, he's not a channel I typically watch. I mean, obviously you didn't like him, or you don't like him or something. I don't know. Either way, I don't really like to get into other creators and badmouth them all over this channel. It's just not what I like to do. So beefing with other channels is not true crime to me. So I just try not to engage in that. Yeah, you can't stand them. Yeah, you know what? Some people like creators, some people don't. I'm positive there are people that do not like me. So, yeah, I'd rather focus on the case. So, anyway, do you guys have anything else that you want to talk about yourself, or any observations, anything like that? Because that's really all that I wanted to talk about, is just him trying to plant the seeds of innocence. And then also Kaylee's dad pointing out that they are seeing connections between Kaylee and him. And really, and with him saying that they're not ready to talk about it, it's different if he would have said, we can't talk about that. You know, there's connections there, but we're not allowed to talk about that. That would be different. But with him saying they're not ready to, it's like, we can't bring ourselves to discuss this yet. So I feel like this is, whatever the connection is, it's really bothersome to them. And it could be completely non-nefarious sounding. But I don't know. I just have an inkling that there's some kind of connection that the family doesn't feel like proud of or something. I don't know. And I sincerely hope that the public doesn't go crazy and say, oh, she asked for this, or something stupid like that. Nobody asked for something like this to happen. Nobody. Donna said he got off on putting the blood on. Oh, Donna said he got off on putting the blood on his and pleasuring himself. Remember that he has issues. Yes, she did say that. Jason M., do we know who participated in his study? We do not. We do not, because his study said that it was anonymous. So I don't know if they figured that out. I feel like if they have, if anyone, because I don't think there was any comments under it or anything. So I don't know if anybody actually took it or not. Um, if people did and they found out who, I don't think that's something they would release. But I did find out that survey is real. It was actually on the university's website. Isn't that weird? And they took it down. So they approved of this. But quite frankly, if this guy was not a killer, the questions aren't really that crazy. If he was, again, if he wasn't this killer, they wouldn't be that crazy for a psych student or criminology student. And they weren't really worded that well, to be honest. So I just don't even think that he was that bright. But he believes that he is, very much so. Grandma, I hope he can't trace the people who participated in the survey. Well, I don't think he's going anywhere. He doesn't even have a bond. I don't think this guy is going to see the light of day again. And that's another thing. He picks Idaho for these murders. Idaho has the death penalty. And if anybody is a candidate, this guy is being charged with first-degree murder, 4 different counts. He is a perfect candidate for the death penalty. So, with all your smartness, your intelligentness, you pick a state with a death penalty? Okay. Again, not bright. He went to school in Washington, but, he drives the 12 minutes or so into Idaho, again, a state with the death penalty. But I feel like this plays into his grandiosity again. I do not feel like this man thought he was going to be caught. I really don't. Really don't. Kimberly, I think ready to talk about it means they're doing what law enforcement asks, not to talk until he gets to Idaho and PC is released. Very well could be, Kimberly. Yep. And thank you for making that clear, because that is true. Patty Gemini. Kaylee's dad said she was into crime shows and such. So could she have answered his Reddit 6 survey? Maybe. It was posted on the ex-con on Reddit. So I don't even know if she would have come across it. I don't know. Grandma, I believe in Idaho. If he gets the death penalty, he gets to choose the method. Ugh. Well, I don't think he should have a choice, but he certainly didn't give his victims a choice. Justice Jane, someone like him probably doesn't care if he dies, in my opinion. Yeah, but Jane, if that's true, why try to evade capture? Because if this was his big crowning moment, his big FU to society, his big FU to sorority, beautiful sorority girls, why go to the lengths that he's gone to be hidden? He goes back to school. He acts like everything's normal. Then he's off to Pennsylvania, 2,500 miles away to his family's house. And he's just hanging out there. Even though he did do really stupid things, like keep the car and that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I don't think this guy wants to die. And now he's trying to, he's already, like building a case in front of the public's eyes. Was anybody else arrested? Well, I can't wait to exonerate myself. What? I don't think he wants to die. I really don't. I don't even think he wanted to be caught. I think he's extremely arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Like, this is the kind of guy that's going to, give a little smile to the camera, something like that. But I feel more he's going to try to play a psychological game with the public themselves, because public opinion sways a lot of things. And I feel like he's going to play those kinds of games. And it's all going to be, I feel like this is going to be fun for him in some way. Like, it's just more of a human study thing for him. Like, oh, if I say this and say that, but he really did take some pages out of literal serial killer books. He really did. No God conscious whatsoever. Grandma Donna also alluded to that, talking of body parts. Paddington, he is arrogant enough to do that. Yep. Thomas, he will lawyer up. If he's smart, I mean, he's already made some comments here. Lawyers want popularity. He will be well defended. Yeah, I'm sure. But I just, I'm wondering if his logic is going to outweigh his extreme grandiosity. Because I feel like, again, Ted Bundy vibes here, big time. I feel like he's going to be very involved in his defense because he believes himself to be so damn smart. But yeah, if he is smart, he's going to get a hell of a defense attorney. And then, I always hate this, but what defense attorney, what they do, they try to come up with these ulterior things that could have happened. And it's kind of disgusting to watch. Like, I already know that Chad Daybell's lawyer, John Pryor, is going to piss me off. Like, I just already know it. Before this trial even begins, I saw him, like, in the preliminary hearing, and he is the most annoying, pit bullish defense attorney. But I'm really waiting to see if my assessment of him is correct, how involved in his own defense he is going to be, because I feel like he's definitely is going to be involved in it. Big time. Yes, it is a big game to him. Kimberly McIntyre, Corner Club had Trivia Tuesday. It would have serial killer trivia nights. Really? Possibly he was connected through that. Wow, Kimberly. How did you come across that information? That is very interesting. Serial killer trivia nights. That is definitely something he would have been interested in. But I just wonder, with his like extreme veganism and stuff like that, did this guy drink? I know that there was heroin use or alleged heroin use in his high school years, and then his friend Nicholas McLaughlin saying that what ultimately ended their friendship is that he was going behind Nick's back and texting Nick's girlfriend and saying, "Hey, we could get a bottle," meaning a bottle of alcohol, and hang out together. So I wonder how much drug use, if any, he was still engaging in. So that'll be interesting. If he went to the Corner Club, if he drank there. Liminal. No underlying motive will be found with this person. I think there will be. I think it's going to be difficult for the public to understand, but there is some twisted motive that he himself has. That's what I'll say. All right. I love you.
I love you.
Okay. Drive safe, please. Okay, sorry. I think I was muted, but me and Tyler were arguing over where to get subs from. And he wanted a Wawa sub. I want a Byler sub. Byler subs are so much better. Anyway, and I think I'm going to have a little drinky drink because it is New Year's Eve. So I'm sending him to Sam's Club to get me some drinky drink. So anyway, Paddington, do we know the connection to Kaylee? Could she have taken a class with him at TA? I don't know. I do not know the connection. I think we all want to know the connection. Steve Gonclaves, Kaylee's dad, is saying that they are seeing connections, but the family is not ready to talk about it yet. So, Thomas, the dad did say there was a connection. Okay, you're saying the same thing I did. Is this the stalker? Yeah, I said that yesterday, Thomas. Or I keep saying yesterday, but really early this morning. I said the same thing. I was like, is this the guy that was the stalker? Because she did mention she had one. And her father confirmed that. Kimberly is saying it was talked about by locals in the beginning about Corner Club. And Corner Club Facebook has posts every Tuesday advertising their trivia night. Very interesting, Kimberly. I always say, go back to the very beginning of the case when people were really loose-lipped, because they usually are. I thought so too, Patty. I saw that. All right, Al. I'll see you in a little bit. Yes, Patty. I thought the same. Like it was just there's just this look on his face. Can't really quite describe what it is, but being arrested, the SWAT team coming to your house and arresting you for 4 murders, the look on his face just, I don't know. I don't know how I would describe it. Like Duper's light, yeah, would be the way I guess I would describe it. But he didn't look sad. He didn't look upset. He didn't look confused. I mean, body language is not really, it's pseudoscience really, but it's still, eyes window to the soul thing. I'm a believer in that. And that guy's eyes, like, I don't care what anybody says, because I did see, like I said, I was watching Pat Brown. If you don't know who she is, she's a female profiler, but she was saying, oh, come on, you guys only think that because you know what he did. And I was thinking, no, ma'am, I am sorry. If anybody showed me that picture of that guy and I had no idea what he did, I would still say that guy looks creepy as hell. So smug. Yeah, that's a really good word. You got me emails, Justin? No, I haven't seen them yet. I'll check. Monkey nut chewer. Smug. Yep. I think everybody's going with that word. That is a really good word. Creepy eyes for sure. Angela M. He's going to do exactly what Ted Bundy did. Wants attention to show he's smart, knowing he committed this crime. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. It's kind of crazy because, my little tarot read I did kept seeing charming. But when this guy, was initially, just yesterday named the suspect and arrested for the murders, I didn't know. Like, is this guy charming? Like, why did I keep seeing that in that tarot read? I mean, not that tarot reads or anything like concrete proof. They could definitely be wrong, but now I'm starting to wonder, his personality just through what, Bryan Eaton has reported is coming through. It's showing itself. The ego, the grandiosity, I'm still the smartest guy in the room and I'm still going to get off of this. So it makes you wonder how far ahead he actually plans. Because did he plan for this? Did he plan what his defense would be? You know, Bundy was in law school. Bundy was in law school. Jesus, he was. You know, so, but this guy, you know, what I just have a feeling that he's going to say some crazy stuff. Like he's going to really try to produce a lot of red herrings that might sound plausible to some people. And that's kind of the scary part, is swaying the public. Sorry. Allie saw a news clip. His neighbor at Washington State University said he was chatty and nice. Yes. Yep. I did see that. Yep, I did. Which is interesting to me. Because I really, again, not to bring this up too, this isn't factual stuff, but it's just my tarot read. Like I could see him as both kinds of people. Like that he was a loner, but that he also knew that being a loner wasn't like socially acceptable. So he would try, you know, or really be charming to people. And then I was seeing like a gift, like that he'd given a gift of some sort, but he didn't feel appreciated. So I'm just wondering, and again, this is just complete speculation because it's tarot cards, but either way, if that's true, you know, did he give Kaylee money? Did he, I don't know, did he gift her something? A fruit basket? Who knows? But did she reject him? Like, thanks, but no thanks. You know, the connection between him and Kaylee is going to be interesting. Justice Jane, I wonder if his parents noticed a behavior change when he came home for the holidays. We may never know. Yeah, we may never know. I thought it was really crazy that what sounded to be his father, his initial reaction to Bryan Eaton was, it's not my problem. Get off my property. It's not, you know, it's not your problem. Like, I don't know. That really struck me. Because it's not typical. You have Roberta Laundrie over here writing letters to Bryan of, do you want me to bring you a shovel and burn this letter? Psycho herself. But this dad seems to be like, not my problem. You know. Monkey Nut Chewer, was he on Kaylee's OnlyFans list? Well, I don't know that because I'm not sure that Kaylee had an OnlyFans. I'm not sure. I know that has been rumored throughout this case. I've heard that Maddie had an OnlyFans. I've heard that Kaylee has an OnlyFans. I just never saw verification of it. So I do not know if they did or not. I don't know. Liminal, Monkey Nut Chewer. I'm going to say no on that one. This guy has dead eyes, unlike Jake. Linda Liu. True Crime had an audio of interview with Bryan talking about the murders of the 4 students on how the murder could have happened. Really? What is the name of that channel? Holy crap. So they had him in school talking about it? I did not see that. What channel was that on, Linda? Did anybody else see this? Because I would be very interested to listen to that, like right now. Pink, I seen her OnlyFans page and David Loach was on at Maddie's. Wow. Yeah, because Maddie was the one that I heard first that she had an OnlyFans, but I only heard small whispers of like Kaylee. I heard more Maddie. And I don't know. I mean, Pink is saying that she saw her OnlyFans page. Mary Dunn Vito, thank you so much. Love you, Jess. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you too, Mary. I really appreciate that. Justice Janie, Crime Stories Obsessed has it too. Really? Mary, thank you again. That was really nice. Let me drop this screen down and go and look at Crime Stories Obsessed to hear this audio because I am subscribed to her. So hang on a second. Let me bring up Emma. Ugh, this microphone's like right in my face. Bring up Emma here. 2 crimes, 1 man related. No, was this a video? Did she do a video on this? Do you know what the name of the video was? Is it her last one, Justice Jane? The one that was only like 2 hours ago? Is that the one? Mary, again, I keep looking down at my phone screen. That's just so sweet. I love that you put the Gemini sign in there too. Thank you, girl. I really hope that, God, this 2023 is better because I'm telling you, 2022 has been a hellish nightmare for me. Yeah, take a look because we're going to watch that. We are going to watch that. I definitely want to hear him talk about this. His voice. True Crime Obsessed UK. Yeah, it's Emma. But I just want to know what video it is. Let me look and see if it's this one.
Wherever today takes you, whatever tomorrow demands of you.
Hang on, I'm just checking.
You'll be prepared. Reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor, as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the.
Okay, wait. What is this?
On Friday, a man was arrested by the name of.
All right, I think this might be it. Let's share that. All right, let me drop your thing down, Mary. Thank you again. And let's do a screen share. Yeah. If this is it kind of the little tiny bit that I just heard, that isn't what Sweetie Pilo was sent to Sweetie Pilo, was it? I don't know. We'll see. I have to listen to it. Okay, so again, this is on Crime Stories Obsessed. The creator's name is Emma. She's a really good creator and a really, really nice person. So I'm going to turn the playback speed up just a little bit and let's listen.
Bryan Kohberger for the murders in Idaho, the 4 students that lost their lives in the early morning hours of the 13th of November. But did we know that the whole time this guy was surrounding us? You've probably already heard this. It was on Facebook. This is Bryan Kohberger, putting himself amongst the Idaho murder groups, talking with you all, giving his thoughts and theories on it, whilst pretending to just be another concerned citizen.
Into the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be any more specific than that because I want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor, as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know,
Holy crap. This was released a while ago. This Sweetie Pilo posted this, and people gave her so much crap in the comment section that she turned off her comments. And I commented before she turned off her comments and said that was very interesting. because he did say stuff that we did not know. This is why I keep always saying that they were not sleeping in the same room, because this is what this person says. Let's listen to it. Okay, this is crazy. Yes, this was played on Sweetie Pilo's channel like a week or more ago.
2 women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regards to the fact that they hadn't fallen asleep in the same bed. One of the victims' wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The murdered person must have been very strong. They think a man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs.
I already know what he's about to say. He's about to say that basically he killed Maddie cleanly and quietly. You know, this is so crazy, because I was looking on Sweetie Pilo's video, what was sent to her. I believe it was sent to her. You can see him, like an outline of him. And I kept staring at that as I was listening to this person say all this stuff, because he was posing as someone who was related to a law enforcement officer working this case, which is really weird, because we've seen how Moscow Police Department has held everything to the vest. I mean, they don't give up hardly anything. So that's really crazy, because if you go over to Sweetie Pilo's channel and look at it, you will start to see the way he recorded this. You will see his image, like his shadow, you'll see him. Yeah, it looks like he has a baseball hat on. I remember thinking that.
The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. The man, they believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly.
So we're just going to pause for 2 seconds while I tell you to look closely at the screen now, because he happens to actually catch himself on video recording himself.
I just said that. Yes, you can see him on Sweetie Pilo's video. You really can. I was looking at that like, wow, this guy, you could like see him.
Bryan Kohberger, talking to us all like he has nothing to do with this crime.
The man then harmed her.
Right there. Look. Look. That's it. Look at it. Holy crap. I'm telling you, yes, this is the video that was sent to Sweetie Pilot. Well, I keep saying was sent to her because this looks like it was on TikTok. But she released this. She was the only person I saw release this. I don't know where she got it, but I thought it was sent to her. But is that not him? Am I seeing things? Look at the nose. Look at the face. He's telling you, oh no, that's not right. They didn't fall asleep in the same bed. I killed the first one cleanly and quite well. The first one was killed cleanly and quietly. I truly believe that was Maddie. Kaylee was the one. Because I think even her family has said that her wounds, her dad was saying they did not match. I think we understand what that means now. It's really, really crazy. That is really, really crazy. I don't even know what to say to that. I'm going to see if I can lighten this up a little bit. No, not with that. My computer screen, hang on. See if that helps a little bit. Thank you, Patty. That's so sweet of you. Please buy yourself a bottle of wine to bring in the new year. Thank you so much. I told Tyler, I was like, go to Sam's Club and get the $13.99 rum, because this has not been a financially good year for us. I'll just leave that there. But Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Patty. That's really kind of you. Let's move on with this. I am just wow. There's his face. That's unbelievable because I'm telling you, I could not stop staring at this guy. You could see him, and I was like, this is so weird that he's telling this and how he threw her body on top of Maddie's.
The wounds were of such force. He was doing it. He was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway, how do we know that she screamed? Because 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred. Because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning. Yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from the female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told that there are parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The 2 victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there's a lot of problem blood mixtures on this at the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an A&W gas. I think A&W gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an A&W gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the screen was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speeding by. Also, the screen may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That screen could have been what saved the other 2 roommates' lives. The person knew that they might be detected, so they sped away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime. And I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thanks a lot.
Okay, I don't know what Emma's doing here with this doll, but that's really creepy. Either way, Jesus, that's so damn weird. I listened to that on Sweetie Pilo's channel, and I could not understand why people were giving her so much backlash, because they kept saying, oh, this is not new news. We already know this. And I was thinking, you knew that Kaylee screamed? You knew that Maddie was killed quietly and cleanly? His word usage with that. Again, I feel like that reaffirms to me that Madison was mostly asleep, if not all the way asleep. But I don't think Kaylee was, obviously. Kaylee was the one that screamed. And I really wonder if she did stay up because she felt something was not right. Justice Jane, would be interesting to compare the audio with this one versus the caller on TREV 757 channel. A lot of people think it's the same. I don't know. Justice Jane is saying, no, he's not confessing. I doubt he ever will. Well, in a weird roundabout way, this guy is just a poster child for psychopathy, to be correct. But he just is like that. The gall of this man is just enormous and astounding and insane, really. And I hope he doesn't try to claim insanity, because I don't think that he is insane. I think he knew exactly what he was doing. I really do. I think he gave in to those dark fantasies, that dark nature, and I think he had been planning this for quite some time. But again, I'm very curious to see if he was planning this prior and just had not found the perfect target yet, or if he came across Kaylee and, hatched this. But I don't think so. And I think the survey speaks to that. He was already a year ago trying to get information from ex-convicts about their crimes that they got away with, and what they did right. How did you get away with this crime that you committed against your victim or your target? So, and how did you pick your victim or your target? I don't believe that Kaylee has been his target for that long. I just think he knew he was going to commit a crime of this, like this, just didn't know it was going to be her. Or them, I should say. She wasn't the only one killed. It's of my opinion that Kaylee was most likely the main target. And there's been many different little signs of that, especially from her family. Her family, just as of like 20 hours ago, with her dad saying that they're seeing the connections between her and him, whatever that may be. Patty Gemini, oh my God, it definitely looks like him to me. Yeah, I do believe that was him. I hope that everybody that gave Sweetie Pilo a bunch of crap for posting that a week or so ago apologizes to her, because she had a very strong feeling that this was significant enough to post. She did. And clearly, if this was him, she was right. Yeah, I love her as well, Robbie. So I was kind of really dismayed, because you don't really see that too much. You don't really see people like just being kind of outright rude to Sweetie Pilo, because she's such a nice person. And, so when she posted that, I found it very interesting. And I found it very interesting the person was hiding themselves, but you could see them. And I was like looking at them, and I was like, holy crap, you can see that guy. I had no idea, obviously, who I was looking at. But that very clearly looks like Bryan Kohberger to me. I'm just going to say that. Robbie, well, she's YouTube famous now, so. I'm wondering how many people watch that video and they're like, oh my gosh, I said that this was nothing, and it was a big thing. It was potentially him. And I think it was. I very much think it was. Giving his own commentary on his own crime. And nobody's going to know it better than him, of how, why. And I thought that was weird. When I listened to that on Sweetie Pilo's channel, I thought it was weird how he said, he went in and killed the first victim cleanly and quietly. And I thought, how do you know that? How would the police know that? How would they know that she? Well, I guess there's a lot of ways you would be able to tell. But I just thought his word usage was weird. I thought the cleanly and quietly was just a weird description. And then he goes on to say, that Kaylee screamed, and he gouged at her and destroyed. And that's another thing. Destroyed her lungs and her liver. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. Linda Lou, it's been said that Bryan was known by one of the girls' family. Why would he target those young kids? I don't know. That's what we're trying to figure out, Linda. That's what we're speculating about over here. Bryan was known by one of the girls' family. Wonder if that would be Xana. I don't know. I think it's becoming like painfully clear that Kaylee was his main target. I mean, it could have been Kaylee and Maddie, but I don't know. I feel pretty strongly that Kaylee's family has kind of given a lot of indication that she was the target. With the stalker stuff, and if what that other person was saying was correct, the anonymous person, that he had been following them for weeks, the pings off his phone, I guess, are showing that. So they say. Um, it'll be very interesting too to know if they came into contact with each other at any point. Did he go to the Mad Greek? Did he request vegan options there? I just, yeah. Somebody said, can we get Bryan to take his own questionnaire? I would like him to take his own questionnaire because I would like to know, how did you select these targets? How did you select your targets? You wanted to know from other people. Well, you tell us. Jess, LOL, rum would be fine too. Yeah, well, it's cheaper rum, but it's rum nonetheless. I'm not planning on getting drunk because I do want to watch the ball drop, and I think a little relaxer drink. I mean, we have something in the true crime community today. We definitely have something to cheers to, which was that this monster has been taken off the streets. And for the victims' families, I know that this won't ever bring their loved ones back. And when people say closure, I don't know about closure, because everything I've ever heard from people that have lost a child, they kind of always say like there is no real closure. Sorry, I had to sneeze. But there can be justice, and it's not the next best thing, but it's something. So, Mary Donovan, it was said he was friends with Emily. It was said, and then it was said that Emily was his sister. He only has 2 sisters, and they're both older than him. He's the baby of the family. Robbie is saying, I bet she turned him down. Yeah, I'm wondering if there was a rejection of sorts. Linda Lou, I'm drinking cranberry juice. I don't drink alcohol. Good. I do. I don't think that people drinking alcohol is a terrible thing, as long as you don't have an alcohol problem. If you drink socially or, things like that, like I used to like to have the Friday streams on Friday and drink with you guys and stuff like that. And I still do it sometimes, but it's kind of fun. Liminal Crime Time with Jess. I found the audio from T-Rev 757 channel of supposedly Kohberger. Have you listened to that? I have not, but we definitely can if you want to. Patty Gemini, I bet his only regret is that he got spooked and didn't get down to kill the 2 other girls. Possibly. Or did he want to leave some type of weird doubt? Because people definitely accused the surviving roommates. They definitely did. Was it strategic on his part? Because I don't doubt that he definitely planned these murders out. But again, I don't, planning something and then actually executing it are 2 different things. So things don't always go to plan, really, with anything. There's always some kind of hiccup in the road or something like that. I got to mute for a second. If you guys could just hang on. And I'm going to pull up the T-Rev audio. Okay. So let's share the screen. I found it. It's a really long live stream, Luminol. Do you know the timestamp of when he plays the audio? Because it looks like it's like a 4-hour stream. So that's, we can't go through the whole 4-hour stream here. So I'm just wondering if you know exactly kind of like where it at. There is a timestamp. Okay. Let me go. I guess it would be in the comment section. That looks like the description. Do you know where the timestamp is? I can't really just go through this entire live stream. It's way too long for that. But I'm not seeing where the timestamp is. Sorry, let me find. It's just Robbie, pretty close to getting this Mac back together and restored with all my shizzles. Well, good for you. Nicole G, was his dad an HVAC tech? I remember the cops bringing an HVAC tech to the crime scene. I wonder if he had hid a camera in the house previously to watch them. Yeah, that's interesting. Patty, you have all kinds of interesting things today. Patty is also saying that wording was sickening, but after the info of wounds comes to light, then it definitely was him. Yeah. Yeah, and for him to say, those screams came in at 3:38 in the morning. Well, I guess you would be the one to know, wouldn't you? So I'm just waiting here for Luminol to find the timestamp of
Man,
I've never watched
it's
this
a
guy
wildfire
before.
out here, ain't it? Good gracious, boy! You got people coming out of left field.
I'm gonna try to find it, but I just don't know.
I follow Bryan and all them from there, but in general, appreciate you guys. Yeah, or channel could be sued. In general, though, I don't know, but I'm always gonna, I'm always covering my ass, right? Hey, my man Paul Bird dropped a three bomb in this joint. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Where is this audio?
Xana's Memorial Fund for her dad set up. If you can, love all beautiful souls. Thank you. From Reddit, etc. So if you, and I'm sure you went over it probably a couple times, so you would compare that call to the Reddit post?
Oh, yeah, I did. And,
Okay, so he played the call already. Where is
yeah.
Well, listen, T-Rev, I got to say, man, you're a fascinating guy, man. Seriously, great work. If this is indeed what went on here, shout out to you. You've done something very interesting here, and I hope you continue doing this, man. Very, very interesting work you're doing. I mean, I'm kind of in something similar, but I wouldn't say I'm doing what you're doing. You've done a great job, and you deserve all the subscribers that you get as you continue to add them to your channel. And send me your channel. Make sure we put it out there again, all right?
Yes, sir, man. Thank you for reaching out to me. And
So was that the phone call? Let's see.
so I'm 32 now, so I've always been in the true crime.
Let's see.
On here, I want you to stay tuned. I have and I'm happy that he's here. Honestly, it's very cool for him to come in. This guy we're about to speak to is, and I want to make this clear. I've said allegedly the whole time. The guy we're about to speak to is the guy that had the podcast, right? We talked about that. Let's get his point of view here. I believe his name is. Let me get his name here. We'll just call him T-Rev. T-Rev, take me off mute, please. I don't want to miss anything you're going to say. Bottom left corner.
Okay, so the video title is Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger calls in live, not confirmed, allegedly. Okay, so let's see. Let's go to that. On T-Rev 757.
You got to stop doing this.
Oh my. Hang on a second. Let me mute this real quick. Or stop it. All right, so let me look at his videos. see what he has here. Is it a live or a video? Okay, here we go. So okay, so this is only 15 minutes. All right, let's look at this.
The ideal college search ends with you finding.
You were gonna have me on a 4-hour goose hunt, Liminal.
University. Call from.
Hey, what's up, Dave? You lie.
Hey, what's up, man? Is this T-Red?
Yes, sir. What's going on?
Not much, man. I found you today. I watched your live earlier this afternoon and been watching this one. And the thing that strikes me kind of weird about all this is that I live in a college town and I've worked with probably at least 10 Sigma Chi members. And, you know, the one thing that every single one of them I feel like has asked me is, if you were going to kill somebody, how would you get away with it? And I just wonder if maybe this is nothing more than some kid in a fraternity trying to prove himself. And that was it.
So you said you worked with 5 or 6 Sigma Chi kids, and they asked you if you can kill somebody, they can get away with it?
Yeah.
Did I hear that right?
Yeah. Oh my God! I know that's a thing that just like maybe people say, trying to like have interesting conversation, but like just in my head, it's like it's always been these dudes that were in the fraternity. And
Wow.
so it makes me wonder if it's a thing that's in their like culture that they ask to see how smart you are and whatever, and what kind of answer you come up with, and someone took it too far.
Oh, what kind of dudes would ask you that?
Well,
that's crazy as shit, man. That's an outrageous statement, man. I mean, I'd write their names down.
Yeah, man. Like you know, I like horror movies and all that kind of stuff, and I'll watch those kind of things. But like when someone like in person says some stuff like that, it's kind of like jarring. It's like, what? Why are you saying something like that?
Yeah, that's man. Who said that to you?
Like literally, like I before I even called, I counted on my hands, like how many of these guys I can remember that I worked with at this bar, and there's like 10 of them. I swear that question has always come up, and it could just be nothing. Like maybe people say that, but it makes me wonder if that's a part of that thing, and like someone just took that question and that idea and like took it too far. Like, oh, I'm gonna prove to these guys that I'm in the club or whatever.
So let me hear this right. You said you were
Wow.
with 6 Sigma Chi guys, and they said how could they get away with killing somebody?
Yeah, more like 10. But they would say that to me. They would say like,
You are fake news.
if you could kill somebody, how would you get away with that?
And
You know?
what are these guys' names?
Well, I'm not going to.
Let me get come on, drop 2 or 3 of them, first and last.
First and last?
That's a broad statement. I mean, you're calling me with this information when you should be on the phone with the police.
Well, I'm in a different state.
I don't care if you're in Mexico. If that's the case, and the people from the Sigma Chi told you that how can you get away with murder? I mean, I'd be on the phone telling them that.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is maybe it's like an exercise of like, you know, if you were going to make pasta for 100 people, how would you like prepare? How would you like execute that? Like, it's not like they're actually asking you because they want to do it. It's more like how smart are you? How good are you? That's what I'm getting at. Is that
Holy
maybe they're
crap.
saying, I'm going to present you with this question and see like how capable you are like with problem solving and this and that. And maybe somebody at that fraternity took that question and took it too far.
So you're saying, so you were saying you were in Moscow.
No, I wasn't in Moscow. No, I'm in a different state.
So, but you're saying you're in a different state, but you just said Sigma Chi house people. That's how they would get away with murder. So how would somebody ask you that if you're in a different state? Where did that come from?
I guess what I'm
With 5 to 10. So I mean, it's honestly, it doesn't even say. It sounds inconsistent.
No, I worked with at least 10 Sigma Chi members, but it was in a different state, not in Moscow, in a different state. I'm just saying maybe the culture of that fraternity, like they have questions that they ask, and maybe somebody took that question too literally and too seriously as a way to prove.
This is surreal. this very much sounds like this person, which is just he's kind of confirming everything that I thought about him. Like, let's take our knowledge and see how smart you are. And yeah, Blue and Gold is asking, Jess, is this him? As you can see at the top, it says Idaho 4 Bryan Kohberger calls in live, ? Not confirmed, allegedly. So this YouTuber, TRev757, which he just earned my sub here because he told that guy, why are you calling me with this information? Why are you not calling law enforcement? You've worked with all these Sigma Chi guys, and they were asking you how to kill someone and get away with it. And you know, why are you calling me with this? You should be calling law enforcement. So I'm definitely going to sub to this guy, but he doesn't know, obviously, if it was him. But what this guy is saying is just, my mouse on the floor. Let me pick up my jaw and continue on with this call.
Themselves.
What state are you in?
I'm in Utah.
Utah. Very interesting. I don't think so.
So, I mean, you can't give up the identity of anybody who asked you that. You don't think that's important to the families that need justice? That, you know, these people.
Well, no, I mean, I worked with these people. This is probably 10 years ago. I'm not trying to say that I know the literal people. This is more of a me kind of scrutinizing the culture of, like, you know, secret societies or whatever, like, you know, fraternities, like this club mentality, like, you know, our group and everything, which I don't have a problem with it necessarily, but it's a thing that's kind of been in the back of my mind to all this.
I mean, that's pretty crazy, man. I'm just trying to figure out, like, who would ask you that and why you wouldn't even report something like that. If somebody asked me that shit, you wouldn't report that to the authorities?
I just kind of thought they were kind of trying to be edgy or something, you know? Like, you know, if you ran over your neighbor's dog, how would you get away with it? Kind of that kind of attitude.
Yeah, but why would that conversation even come about?
I don't know. That's my thing. That's why
And you're saying you're a teacher?
stuck with me. I'm not a teacher, no. No, I worked at the bar with some frat boys.
Okay.
But it just makes me wonder if the culture of fraternities and that kind of thing, you know, the things that they do, maybe it went too far.
I don't know, man.
Does that sound like a thing? Have you heard anything like that, or I don't know?
I get what you're saying, but at the same time, like, I just don't understand how. First of all, how old are these people that you were working with? How old do you think they are now?
A lot of them are probably in their late 30s, early 30s. And I don't think that has anything to do with this. I'm just wondering more about, like, if the Greek, you know, the fraternity, sorority thing, like, if they've got stuff going on in there that, like, someone feels like they got to prove themselves. And they take a benign kind of question that's more about trying to, you know, ask you, like to prove yourself, you know, how smart you are, and they took it too far.
Listen, if this is not this man, I would be surprised. Trying to prove himself at how smart he is. What have I been saying this entire damn time? This person feels like the smartest person in the room. You can't tell him shit. I truly believe this killer has the mindset of, I am smarter than all of you. Like, I have these degrees, I have all this knowledge, and I am smarter than all of you. I'm going to get out of this. I believe that it was a test for him. Like I said earlier this morning, this guy is almost like his own case study, which is just insanely wrongly fascinating, because it's so disturbing, and it's so unnatural. People going into criminal justice do not think this way. You know, and I'm not going to say not any of them do. There are probably some for sure. But he actually carried this murder out. This sounds like him, allegedly. It really does.
Okay. I'm trying to think here, man. So, I mean, are these people that you've seen on a regular night basis at where you worked at the bar? Are these people that, you know,
Yeah, I work with them.
so how do you know, and you said that you never lived out there? So,
No.
How do you know they went to the Sigma Chi?
Because they did, because I know they did. Like, some of them lived at that house in Utah where I live. I'm not saying that all fraternity members are murderers. What I'm saying is, like, maybe questions like that and things, you know.
No, I get what you're saying on that end.
I really believe that this is him. And I believe this is him once again trying to plant seeds of doubt or red herrings. It's very fascinating if it is him. Allegedly.
I'm asking you, how do you know they were at the Sigma Chi?
The war in Ukraine forced my family to flee. My sister, mother, and grandmother left their entire
Yeah,
lives
good
behind
point,
on February
Julie. And
24th.
hi, by the way.
Because if you live in Utah, how do you know all these 5 to 10 guys went to the Sigma Chi? In case you're friends with them, or you know what I mean?
Yeah, I worked with them, and then I'd actually been up to their house at, like, some parties before.
Okay.
You know, it wasn't.
I'm not trying to back on you, but I'm just.
Oh, I didn't realize that I had Justice Jane's comment up. Let me take that down real quick just so you guys can see the comments when people were listening to this live, their reactions.
Just trying to figure out. I'm trying to grasp how you knew these guys, or you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to grasp how you knew they went to the Sigma Chi. How? That's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh, yeah, some of them lived there, and I went up there and, like, hung out, and, like, you know, they were all nice and everyone was pretty cool. I guess I'm wondering if there's, like, a thing, you know, because they have secret things they do in those fraternities, and it makes me wonder if, like, you know, questions like that, like, you know, if you were going to murder somebody, how would you get away with it? That's maybe more trying to, like, figure out, like, how smart you are. Somebody took it too literally and thought they could prove themselves. That's kind of my only thing, and that's why I don't know. That's why I call.
I'm just trying to figure out, you know, I'm really, really, really just trying to figure out how you knew that. First you said 5 and then it jumped to 10.
No, it was 10.
Well, first you did say 5 though.
Oh.
You said 5 guys, and then you jumped up to 10. And I'm just trying to figure out how you knew that. I don't know the Sigma Chi like that. All I know is this Sigma Chi house is in Moscow, Idaho. So
yeah, I'm
Yeah, you're hearing that right there, Julie, because Julie is saying, keep in mind, T doesn't know anything about frat life, so he didn't realize Sigma Chi or whatever is nationwide. Okay, yeah, because I just heard him say Sigma Chi is in Moscow. Well, no, it's across the nation at different universities. So, yeah, good thing to keep in mind.
not saying that
I'm more fixated on him repeating that, you know, well, maybe they just wanted to prove themselves of how smart they are. And because I do believe that an element of that was definitely behind these killings for this guy.
that Sigma Chi's are murderers. That's not what I'm trying to say.
no. I didn't say you were saying that, but to say that they asked how you get away with a murder, that's just it's a broad statement.
Yeah, man. It's a jarring thing to hear. It's like, what? Like, we're having some beers. Why are you asking questions like that? That's, you know, and I don't think I don't.
Well, even if this story was true, they would ask questions like that. If you're a psych major or a criminologist, people are going to ask you stuff like that. They just are, out of morbid curiosity and things like that, so they can feel like they know something. So, anyway.
They were asking for advice. I think it was more of a mental exercise, but to me, it's like not that. It's not a cute question. It's messed up.
Yeah, I really feel like this is him.
Right. Huh. No, I see what you're saying, but I mean, you did say 5 at first, and then changed it to 10.
Well, okay. Well,
You
yeah,
did. You did. I'm just saying, you did. I pay attention to what people say.
Okay, yeah, that's.
But I mean, I don't. Maybe it was 6, 7, 8. I don't. Maybe you can't retract all the way and just said 5 because you were nervous. I have no idea.
I am nervous. I don't normally like call into things and do this kind of thing, but like this has been a thing in the back of my head.
Robbie, this is not salty. Okay, so let's move on from that.
And after like hearing about this stuff for the last few weeks, and it's I don't know. I just wonder if if this was even more senseless than a jealous boyfriend or whatever. Like if it was just someone trying to prove themselves and that's it.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe this is an inappropriate call for your show, but I just
I mean,
I throw it out there, man.
Sigma Chi guys, but I mean, if they're in their 30s, it wouldn't. I'm pretty sure most of these other dudes are what? Are they any of them that go to the college now?
Oh no. I'm saying they're probably in their 30s now. At the time, I worked with these guys like 10 years ago.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out, Angry Cupcake. He didn't say 5 at the start. He did say 10. I don't know why that was a thing, but Trev said so 5 or 6 not long after. I don't think it's BK. I just don't think he was good at explaining himself. Yeah, he really did say 10. So anyway.
I'm not trying to say any of these guys. I'm more just going. I'm just trying to say like maybe that they have the culture of fraternity life has weird questions and weird stuff that comes up, and maybe that's what motivated someone to do something like this.
Right. Now, just when I hear something like that, you're like 5 to 10 dudes. You did say 5, and then you changed it to 10. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt on that you're just nervous. But I put it like you were like they asked you how they can get away with murder or killing somebody or whatever. That just strikes me as super odd. That somebody would even ask you that,
Yeah, they asked me like, how would I do that?
Yeah, how would I? Yeah, how would?
Well, that's because Utah is right there, Robbie, with Idaho. I mean, they're right there, and we saw that in the Rounds case as well, the back and forth between Utah and Idaho. So maybe that's why he just threw that state out there. But I don't know. I feel like the video from that Emma played and that Sweetie Pilo originally played, I feel like that is more him. I mean, this caller was, he was really bad at expressing himself. And it did sound really weird with the, proving how smart you are and all of this kind of stuff. But I really think that person that sent in that video that Lauren from Sweetie Pilo's channel played, you can see his face. And it very much looked like the structure of the killer's face. And he gave information about the murder itself that was not known to the public. I have no idea why people were commenting that under her video, because I had never heard that Kaylee screamed and they had audio of that, and they weren't sleeping together. He pushed her and she fell on top of her friends, and that Madison was cleanly and quietly killed. It just, he was giving details that a killer would give. And I think that shows again, like his desire to analyze his own crime and his boldness again to actually be sending videos out like that. And then he shows the stupidity again because you can see him. So I'm kind of thinking about the question that someone asked me yesterday of, do you think he wanted to be caught? And I was like, no. He did the survey, and I keep going back to that. But then there is this weird element of him making really stupid mistakes. that just kind of like, what were you thinking? Like, you were attempting to evade capture with your questionnaire. You were also being as sloppy as they come. So I'm giving Emma a lot of airtime here because I just started on to a rant and didn't realize that I had her channel up. So anyway, Angry Cupcake is saying that she agrees with Julie. I hope Dave from Utah does call back. Was that his name, Angry Cupcake? Maybe he was just partying hard for New Year's. Maybe. Jolie up. I am talking about yesterday. There are 11 profiles created yesterday pretending to be him on Instagram. I'm saying it's ridiculous people do this. Yes, thank you for bringing that up. Because when I went to, that's the first thing I did. When they named him, I went straight into, I was actually on the phone with my best friend, and we both were going very hard in trying to find his social media before it was taken down. When I looked on Instagram, there were only 3 profiles. Or I'm sorry, two profiles. And they were the ones that I showed earlier this morning. Now there's a bunch, and it's just, it's really telling, and it's really interesting how the internet plays a role into this. Because he was following them on Instagram from what is believed to be his real account. Maddie and Kaylee, he was following. So you know that he was, looking at all their posts, and I believe there were posts that he even liked. But to see other people already trying to copy this person or imitate him, it's not funny. It's not funny. It's concerning. I don't know if it's just that this is the middle age in me talking, but it's just concerning. Like, I feel like the younger generation, and when I say younger, I'm 41, so younger to me is like, 25 and below. It's like the younger generation. They kind of have a twisted sense of humor, and I can definitely appreciate dark humor. I can. But this is different. It's just, it's too far. Luminol, the account I am referring to as a post from October 8th. If it was fake, it would be from the past few days. And your cupcake. Okay. So you guys are not believing that it's him. What do you guys think about the Sweetie Pilo? Or I keep saying Sweetie Pilo because that's originally where I saw that. But what I showed from Emma's channel, Crime Stories Obsessed, of that video. Do you think that was him? With him, you can see his face. Do you think it was him on that video? Give me a minute. I'm going to go make myself a cocktail and we can continue chatting about this case. So, and also, if you guys have seen anything else interesting, because I found that T-Rev call very interesting, even though I am leaning more towards probably not him. But I'm very stuck on Sweetie Pilo's or Emma's video of that, because again, you could see his face and the details that he was giving about the crime are very telling, in my opinion. Angry is saying, I think the Sweetie one is more disturbing. Yes. Julie, yeah, cocktail. I'm going to get one soon. But YouTube is swarming with ghouls, so who knows? That is true. But I'm just going to point out that Sweetie Pilo, we're going to go to her channel. We're going to go to her channel and see exactly when she posted that, because it was before he was captured. So, again, just give me a second. Hi, you're just the person I need to talk to. Follow me. What? Where did you go? Okay, I'm back with my cocktail, and I also had to address my child. So, Jim Terry TV live call-in, stay here. What? Robbie, you know this is my channel, right? Like, I don't need Jim's commentary. If you want to hear Jim's commentary on this case, then you need to tell Jim to do a show about this case. But I'm not going, I have no patience today for any put downs of the victims, a bunch of vulgar language. I'm not in the mood for that. I'm just telling you now. So, please replay the audio. It is salty sandcakes. No, it's not. Chat, can you pack me up, please? What are you guys talking about? What is this? What are you guys doing? Damn, he keeps back in his corner. Yeah, he did. I gotta subscribe to that guy. Patty. Julie, oh, I know the one you're talking about. I heard audio but haven't seen it. But most of what he said was floating around on Reddit. I think you need to listen to it because, again, you can literally see him in the video. It's very, very disturbing. Jimberly wants to hear. Well, okay, we'll play Emma's again. Patty Gemini, Sweetie Pilot works hand in hand with Reverend Donna, and her description of the killer was pretty on point, and that image. Yes, I am convinced that's him as well. So let's go ahead and we'll replay Emma's video. Actually, I really want to go back to Sweetie Pilots because she had the original that I saw. We'll play Emma's. It's fine because you can see it. Okay.
You can check if Ernest is the right fit
All
for
right,
you.
we got to get through a little bit of ad here. Showing support for Emma's channel.
So tonight, on everybody's mind, is Bryan Kohberger. How could he take 4 lives, 4 students who had everything to live for, and just take them out in the middle of the night when they weren't expecting it? Well, this is everything that I could find on him, and a lot of it is fairly creepy. So the quadruple murder suspect, Bryan Christopher Kohberger, posted a research survey that we went over last time. But some of the questions that were included in the questionnaire that he put out, asking people for their feelings and thoughts during the point of a crime, were quite eerie after knowing what we know regarding what he possibly has done to these victims. Did you prepare for the crime before leaving your home? Please detail your feelings.
Is this the same video? Is this the same one?
Well, there's a lot of problem blood mixtures on this.
Okay, yeah, sorry. I just had to go to the video itself. So.
Knowledge of the crimes and what actually occurred that night.
The 2 victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was found on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there is there's a lot of problem blood mixtures on this at the scene.
Did he get that from the media, or was it from his first-hand knowledge? Was that how authorities found him? By the fact that
I don't think this is the video we played earlier. Hold on. Let me see. Thank you, Jules. Happy New Year, love. This is the one. Julie, sending in a $5 super sticker. I really appreciate that, Julie. Really, really do, love. Let's have a little drink together and watch this madman. All right, so this is the video.
on Friday, a man was arrested by the name of Bryan Kohberger for the murders in Idaho, the 4 students that lost their lives in the early morning hours of the 13th of November. But did we know that the whole time this guy was surrounding us? You've probably already heard this. It was on Facebook. This is Bryan Kohberger, putting himself amongst the Idaho murder groups, talking with you all, giving his thoughts and theories on it, whilst pretending to just be another concerned citizen.
To the quadruple homicide in Idaho. I don't want to be more specific than that because I don't want to put anybody in a challenging or contentious situation regarding their continued employment. And I will say what I'm about to tell you is secondhand, but it is from what I believe to be a very reliable source. Again, this can only be considered a rumor as I don't have firsthand knowledge. I never planned on posting any of this information out of respect for the victims' families. However, now that one of the victims' fathers has released some of the gruesome details himself, I'd like to share some of the investigative theory. As you know, the two women were found in the same bed, but with similar wounds. That's what's being reported. That's not exactly 100% true, at least in regard to the fact that they hadn't fallen asleep in the same bed. One of the victims' wounds were deep gouges that were delivered with extremely aggressive force, so much so that the victim's liver and lungs were destroyed. Here's the theory that's happening. They definitely think it was a man because of the force of the wounds. The murdered person must have been very strong. They think the man came into the room after doing what they did on the second floor. They went upstairs. The person cleanly and quietly unalived the first victim. The second victim awoke and tried to run. They believe that the man possibly grabbed her, and she screamed loudly.
So we're just going to pause for 2 seconds while I tell you to look closely at the screen now, because he happens to actually catch himself on video, recording himself. There is Bryan Kohberger, talking to us all like he has nothing to do with this crime.
The man then harmed her, and the reason the wounds were...
Sorry, I'm going to have to pause here again. Just look at the face. Cambry Dawn is saying it's not him. The guy you're about to see has a mustache. Where are you seeing a mustache? I am not seeing a mustache. The jawline is wrong. Well, you can't really see the jawline that well. You see the eyes, the eyebrows, the nose. And I think the nose, for me, is the most telling. And ear position wrong. Well, what I'm looking at, big and bright on my screen, those things are really hard to gauge from this. Is the overall look and structure that looks to be him and what he is saying. I know who said it in the chat. Somebody said it in the chat that I think, was it Pink? Somebody said that somebody said that all the stuff was like already out on Reddit.
Of such force, he was delivering it quickly and forcibly to quiet her, which I apologize for how I know it's disturbing, but anyway.
Okay, so Cambry Dawn is saying, keep playing it. We just discussed it at length, and it's not him. Even a girl that knows him says his voice does not sound like that. Okay, fair point. We can play it, though. We'll play it all the way through. I'll speed it up a little bit more. But I'm very interested in hearing more of what you have to say, because that was the thing, is that we don't know what his voice sounds like. So we don't have anything to compare this to. I was just looking at the face and listening to what he was saying. Okay, I would like to discuss this more, but let's go ahead and finish it.
How do we know that she screamed? There's 3 individuals reported hearing a scream between 3:45 and 4 o'clock. That's why the police have such a specific time frame as to when the murders occurred, because I don't know if you noticed, but the authorities weren't called the next day until late in the morning, yet they had a very specific time frame when the murder happened. They think the scream is why. And after reviewing video files from the neighborhood, they reviewed security cameras in the area, and they have an audio file where I haven't heard it, but I was told that you can clearly hear a loud scream from a female. That scream was recorded at exactly 3:38 a.m. Neighbors say they didn't call the police because they said there's often loud noise coming from the house. I was told there were parties there all the time. Again, I don't know if that's true, but it's what I was told. The weapon used was a long serrated-edged hunting knife with a fixed blade. The weapon had not been in the house. The person brought it with them and took it when they left. The two victims were on the same bed, not side by side. One victim was on top of the other. The reason is that the one tried to escape and was grabbed, harmed, and then shoved and fell on top of her friend. That is why there's a lot of problem blood mixtures on the scene. They're also desperately looking for this white car. The reason being is that it was seen speeding by an AEW gas, I think AEW gas station. I don't even know what that is, but anyway, that's, again, it could be wrong. I was just told it was seen speeding by an AEW gas station / hangout at 3:45. Now, if the screen was recorded at 3:38 and the car sped by at 3:45, it's a very tight time frame, but it is possible that the person left immediately and rushed and was seen speed by. Also, the screen may have been what caused the person to quickly leave. That screen could have been what saved the other two roommates' lives.
That scream could have been what saved the other two people's lives. Again, when I heard this on Sweetie Pilo's channel first, apparently Emma is saying this came from Facebook. Interesting. I just know on YouTube, Sweetie Pilo was the first person that I saw post this. But when I was listening to this, I was thinking, so Kaylee's scream saved Dylan and the other one because I think he ran out of time. He did what he did and then knew that, he probably had some type of time frame of how long he could actually be in this house. I have to say, you guys, I really feel like this was him. But I'm still interested to hear what Cambry Dawn has to say.
Person knew that they might be taken away. Again, this is all just rumor. Take it for what it is. I just pray for these young people. I hope they rest in peace and that their families can find peace after this horrible crime. I hope that the person who committed it can be brought to justice. Thanks a lot.
Oh, it's right up top of my screen. Oh, yeah, Emma and her creepy doll. So, let's drop that back down. Let's talk about this, guys. Raven thinks this as well. Okay, so Cambry Dawn, I do want to highlight your comments. So Cambry Dawn was telling me, like I read out, keep playing it. We just discussed it at length, and it's not him. Even a girl that knows him says his voice does not sound like that. Julie kind of counters that and says, oh, not that one. I seen your comment, Jules. Julie said, this is so interesting. And by the way, that chick hadn't been around him for years. So his voice could possibly have changed a bit, couldn't it? The profile of his face looks a lot like him to me. Yeah, same. And then Cambry Dawn says, apparently he doesn't sound so nasally. Cambry Dawn, I have no proof one way or another, just conveying what was just discussed in another YouTube channel. I see. De-Icer Dave, Robbie in the house. Look at Robbie got fans. Robbie, is this your OnlyFans page? Is my channel your OnlyFans? Julie, on Reddit, it's been said a lot that at least one or two neighbors heard a scream before Ian came along. Again, who knows? What I didn't see on Reddit ever was that one girl fell on the other. Yes, when he said that, I was like, okay, wait a minute. Because, it's been said this whole time that they were sleeping in the same bed. Well, here comes this guy saying, no, they weren't sleeping in the same bed. The first victim was killed cleanly and quietly. And then the second one was screaming, so she was gouged. And, that could have been what possibly saved the other two roommates. And then she was shoved and fell on top of her friends. I feel like those are details that a killer would know, because even the first time that I listened to it, I was like, this is really interesting. And then the public had like a weird reaction to it. And people kept saying, oh, this is old news. This is old news. And I'm thinking, it's old news. So where else have you seen that anyone say that they fell on top of each other, that she was shoved, that Kaylee screamed. Where else have you seen all of this? Because I hadn't seen any of that. To answer Dave, I'm just popping in. Do we have a motive? Not yet, Dave. Not yet. I think we're getting there. Patty Gemini, not us, but law enforcement. We're just speculating on the case here. But Patty Gemini, at Julie, yes, if one girl was thrown on top of the other, then law enforcement, only the killer would know that. Exactly. I mean, the information that he was giving, because he even says, now keep in mind, this is secondhand knowledge, but the source is what I consider a very reliable source. Well, I guess you do. If it's you, you would be the most reliable source of all. I thought it was very precise, and he's like, A&W, apparently, the car was seen on footage at an A&W store. I don't even know what that is. That's what he said. And so to me, obviously he made mistakes. He wouldn't be behind bars right now if he didn't. So I don't know if he didn't account for, flying past this gas station and with his car caught on tape, if he even considered that or knew that they had cameras or would find something like that. Because this person does talk about, oh, well, it's a party house and, so there's a lot of different DNA. I'm pretty sure that probably went through his mind. It's a good way to, try to come up with an alibi, but there's just so many mistakes this guy made. Like, I really hope that no one thinks that this guy is smart, because he's not. He's not. And people are like, well, he evaded capture for 7 weeks. Whoop-de-doo. I mean, Bundy was active for quite a long time. The Zodiac Killer has never been named rightly. The Golden State Killer was active for a long time and took many years to find. If you want to find somebody good at this craft, it's not this guy. He wanted to be good. He thought he was good. He thought he was smart. He is wrong. He is wrong. And now he's going to play psychological games with the public and with the court system. And unfortunately, I really hope this doesn't happen. I really hope he does a turnaround. I don't think he's going to, but I hope he does. Because he is absolutely, with his statements, with him, saying he can't wait to exonerate himself. And, he's just waving extradition, can't wait to get back to Idaho. Okay. Again, this person, the grandiosity is insane. I cannot stress that enough. Nicole G., he is stating things more as a fact rather than a story. Yes. Yes, because if I went to Sweetie Pilo's video, he says that he is a family member of one of the law enforcement people that was involved in investigating the case. So he said, I don't want to say anything more than that. I don't want to compromise anybody's jobs. But it's just crazy that he goes into so much detail about what happened. And he's stating this as is like they know this for a fact. That Kaylee screamed. It was at 3:38. This probably is what saved the other roommates and, cleanly and quietly killing Madison. How do you know that? How do you know that Madison was quiet? But, to the killer, describing it this way, cleanly and quietly, to me, that's just saying that he knows that Madison put up no fight, that she was most likely asleep, almost all the way asleep. So there was no time for her to react in any kind of meaningful manner, whereas Kaylee did. And he completely, in this person's words, destroyed her lungs and liver. How would you know that? Well, I guess if you're a family member of law enforcement, you would know the body was like afterwards. But his word choices again, and the things that he was saying, it does very much sound like he was stating facts and not theorizing, because what he was saying is, this is what the police think. They think it's a man because of the strength. This guy is all about himself. Like, I think he is just all about himself. What is Jim in here? What are you guys talking about? Live call in. Hey, Jim, go live. What is Jim in here somewhere? I haven't seen him. Julie, I still have to say your name is Julie. He took advice from felons and cons. In other words, people who all got caught, not so smart. Yeah, but you have to think about what his criteria was for that ridiculous questionnaire, as he called it. I like to call it his little experiment. But the criteria was that the crime that you spoke of could not be a crime that you got convicted for. So he basically wanted to know, how did you pick your target? How did you feel about that? How did you feel as you were committing the crime? He clearly states before the survey that if your crime didn't result in a conviction, then you are still eligible to take this survey. So that survey was crazy telling. I'm telling you. I don't know how many profilers have talked about it. I imagine quite a few, because it's just there. And I really do expect, like in that video, we saw that person, whoever he was, we saw that person using notes. As a psych major, as a criminology major, this person, again, I said very earlier in this stream, way earlier, that when I went to college for criminal justice, my first or second day, my professor asked the entire class, is if you like math, raise your hands. And like nobody in our class raised their hand. I think there's a couple people, maybe. And then he laughed and he goes, if you are really good at English, raise your hand. And we all raised our hands. So this guy is going to like to write. I expect journals from him. I expect a lot of writings from him. I'm very much expecting writers done for him. Thank you so much, Cluckers. Thank you, Pink, for reminding everybody. If you guys could please hit that thumbs up, I would really appreciate it. Definitely helps my channel. I don't ask enough. I'm trying to get in the habit of really asking for that. It's not much, unless you just completely hate this live stream. You don't have to hit the thumbs up, but if you have enjoyed yourself, and if you've learned anything, I would greatly appreciate anyone hitting the thumbs up button, because it just does help my channel. So, Robbie is saying, at Cluckers, I told him, what are you guys talking about? I told him to come in here because I swear that call she was listening to was sus AF. I linked the thing over to them, though. Which one, Rob? The first one? That's the one you were saying was salty, right? Because I see that Jim's got some swatting issues and said some stuff about Salty's wife. You know how I feel about drama. My name's Bennett. I'm not in it. We are looking at this crime. I don't want to hear any victim bashing. Last time Jim came on, he was extremely disrespectful. When Jim wants to really talk shop about some cases, he can do a good job. When he's in rare form, no, I have no interest in talking to Jim when he's like that. So Cluckers just always has great info. Do I really? Thank you, Cluckers. I appreciate that. De-Icer Dave. Yes, just hit the like. I enjoy your channel, Jess. Thank you so much, Dave. I appreciate that. Robbie, where the guy said he was in Utah twice. Okay, so the first one. Did you watch the second one? Did you watch the second one? And again, I'm going to issue this little warning. I'm literally going to issue this little warning. Please Do not be fooled by this man. Because it is very clear to me that what Mr. Kohberger is attempting to do is to cast doubt in the minds of the public with this nonsense that he is trying to pull. And I am telling you, this person, again, as a psych major, as a criminologist, he understands. He even put, criminal lawyer and things like this. This guy is about to play a very big game with the public. The public defender in Monroe County, PA. Yes, I am reading this through gritted teeth because it makes me angry to see this person trying to do this all from the gate. The public defender in Monroe County, PA says Bryan Kohberger is, quote, eager to be exonerated of these charges and looks forward to resolving these matters as promptly as possible, unquote. Says Kohberger intends to waive his extradition hearing to expedite his transport to Idaho. This dude is trying to play psychological games already, which doesn't give me a lot of hope for the frickin' trial, because he's either going to make a giant circus of this, which I believe he's going to. When your first question is straight out of John Wayne Gacy's book, straight out of Ted Bundy's book of, did you guys arrest anybody else? That's the seed. He's planting the seed to the public right then and there. The only thing they're quoting this guy as saying is, did you arrest anybody else? There's a seed planted in people's minds. Oh, wait, so there's others? What is he talking about? What do you mean has there been other people arrested? That's what he's doing. So then you're going to have people saying, well, is there anybody else? Well, what's going on here? Well, he said this. There must be other people. No. This is a psychology game. Okay, now he's waiving extradition. Great. Thank you. Because we are 100% going to get to see that affidavit much sooner. So thank you for that, sir. And we're going to see what evidence they have against your very twisted, allegedly twisted self. But again, this guy still thinks he's the smartest damn room. There's the rum. There's the rum talking. The smartest damn man in the room. He really, I feel that so strongly from him. The arrogance, the smugness, as Grandma said, the cockiness, I can still get away with this. Mary, do you think he will be offered a plea? No, I do not. Unless they in any way doubt their evidence against him, no, I don't. You are talking about 4 first-degree murder charges. I do not. They have their bodies. There's nothing to bargain for. No. I think they are absolutely going to try to nail him straight to death row. And I hope that they are successful. Patty Gemini, yes, that's what I was saying, that I believed he got spooked is the only reason he didn't kill the other 2. Yep. And if you're asking me, I think that was him on that video where he's sort of in a very weird way showing his face. Ugh. Exactly, Jess. I don't know what you were exactly to, but okay, girl. Thank you. Squeaky Whale, hi, where you been? Well, there you have it. Kohberger said he didn't do it. Yeah, I know, right? Hell, cut him loose. Maybe we can let Richard Allen go tonight, too, so he can have a happy New Year's with his wife. Yes, exactly. I didn't do it. Nope. Guess what? Watch me, guys. I am going to exonerate myself. I wonder what kind of alibi this guy's going to come up with. Because it's been reported that the Hyundai Elantra, what did concern me, okay, let me say this. The Hyundai Elantra was towed from the parents' home. But what did concern me, hate to say this, was when they were asking for more tips about him yesterday, and they really seemed to be pleading. I mean, again, I feel like that's going to happen because people yesterday were already coming out, ex-friends of his, professors, people were coming out and speaking out about him. But that just concerned me of they have not connected the connection yet. They haven't connected the dots to the connection. Like the DNA matches, but they haven't connected all of the other dots, I don't believe. Even though, you do have Kaylee's dad saying that there was connection. And let's just play that again. We have been live for quite some time. Those of you that have been here from the beginning, thank you. Thank you for just sitting through this live stream. But let's just play that again with Kaylee's dad saying that that they were seeing connections between Kaylee and the killer. But they, as a family, they were not ready to discuss that. It's pretty short, but we're going to go ahead and just rewatch this one more time.
This is my maker's moment.
Oh, damn it. Hold on, let me take down Squeaky's comment so we can see the whole thing here. I always do that. I always accidentally leave the comments up. All right. So, all right. Boop, boop, boop.
The break investigators have been waiting for weeks in the brutal murder of 4 college students in Idaho. Detectives arrested a suspect, 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger, in Pennsylvania, hundreds of miles away from where the killings happened. They say the students were stabbed to death. Some had defensive wounds, and each had been stabbed several times. Authorities are still looking for the murder weapon, but have found the white car. But they don't know yet why the crimes were committed.
These murders have shaken our community, and no arrest will ever bring back these young students. However, we do believe justice will be found through the criminal process.
The father of one of the murder victims, Steve Gonclaves, and his attorney say they see connections between Kaylee and the suspect, but they aren't ready to talk about exactly what those connections are. The arrest comes.
So you guys heard that, correct? That they believe that there are connections between Kaylee and the suspect, but they are not ready to talk about that yet. We could just listen to that one more time.
Need to talk about exactly what those connections are. The arrest comes.
Yep, I didn't go far enough back.
Connections between Kaylee and the suspect, but they aren't ready to talk about exactly what those connections are. The arrest comes the same day as his family is holding a celebration of life for Kaylee. Hello.
Yeah, so there you have it again. And I truly do feel like this is Kaylee's family basically saying, yeah, we do have connections between our daughter and this person, and we are really not ready to discuss this with the public. I don't know if law enforcement is telling them not to. But just the way they said it, that they're not ready to. Again, I sense some sort of shame in their voice. People have speculated on whether or not Kaylee had an OnlyFans. I do not know the answer to that question. Earlier, Pink said that she herself had viewed Maddie's OnlyFans. And Madison is the one that I heard first had an OnlyFans. I did not view it myself. If there's proof of it out there, then I haven't seen it, but I'm assuming maybe there's something that somebody did, screenshot it or whatever they did. And then I heard like whispers that Kaylee had one as well. But again, I've seen no proof of that. So I don't know what that is, but just judging by the family's statement that they're not ready There's just some shame indication there, I feel. And hopefully it's not that. So I think it was Xana whose locks were changed. Yes, Xana had her father come over. They had like a family day at the university, and her dad and her sister came, and her dad changed the locks on her bedroom door. Yeah, isn't Patty coming with the good comments today? Patty Gemini. Well, it's been said many times that Kaylee had a stalker. Yes, it has. You have to note that. The family acknowledged it. It was said that Kaylee had a stalker. If we are to believe what an anonymous person has posted on Facebook, this was someone allegedly close to the police officers that were stalking down Bryan, Kohberger, and PA. This person said that her husband coaches with one of those officers, and that he said that Bryan had been stalking them for weeks, and the pings on his phone, he was actively stalking them. So again, it was an anonymous post. No way to tell if that's real or not, but that is what was said. So Patty Gemini, well, it's been said many times that Kaylee had a stalker, and she had told family and others, yep, but people kept shooting that theory down. He was the stalker, in my honest opinion. Yes, I said this earlier this morning. Was he the stalker? Because it's certainly appearing that way. With him following Kaylee and Maddie, and I believe Kaylee first, on Instagram, it's very telling, and it absolutely does look like he was fixated upon her and possibly stalking her. Again, if we are to believe an anonymous post, if you did not see that, I did share it earlier in the stream. De-Icer Dave. In my opinion, Kohberger has a complex, combined mix of a depraved mind. I agree. Thinking he can commit the perfect crime, murder, yet targeting the Idaho 4 or possibly intending on all 6. It would be very interesting if we find out that the person in that video was him, because if it was, he really gave the reason why they were spared. Because of Kaylee's scream, which would alarm him. And, he's got to get out of the house. So instead of going downstairs to the first floor and murdering the first 2 victims, he runs right out the front door and leaves it open. Patty Gemini, it will be interesting if Maddie was the first one killed, because that would be important. I really think it was Ethan, Patty. I think Ethan was killed first. Ethan and Xana. Because of what Kaylee's dad said, when he was like, come on, he didn't have to go up to the 3rd floor. Now it's becoming a lot more clear, because I kept saying, I don't know how to take that statement. I don't know how to take it. I don't know if he means the target was Ethan and Xana, so he didn't have to go to the 3rd floor. What the hell's wrong with this guy? Or he was saying, come on, it's obvious. He didn't have to go up there. He already killed these other 2 people, but instead he still went up there and killed them as well. They were the targets. But he would have to get through Ethan and then Xana first, because Ethan wasn't found in a bed. He was allegedly found in the hallway. So if he came in there and Ethan, was sort of a surprise, really. I imagine if he got into any type of altercation with Ethan, that would instantly spark the adrenaline. And I am purely speculating here, but instantly spark the adrenaline. And if Xana made any noise, which obviously she did, because I believe she was one of the ones with defensive wounds, as her dad said that she fought like hell. So I think from there, getting into these scuffles with the two of them and murdering them, he had to be on an adrenaline rush out of this world. And then to go upstairs, and if this person is him, to say he cleanly and quietly killed Madison, but then here's Kaylee that screams. And that could have been what he said, possibly have saved the other two roommates. It's very interesting. I would love to know if law enforcement has seen this video, if they've analyzed it, because again, you see a face, you see a person, whoever is recording this, and it's a little, it looks a lot like him. That's what I'm gonna say. It looks a lot like him from a distance. Well, yes, but Robbie, what was said, you don't have to cuss in every sentence, by the way, sir. But what was said is that, they were sleeping in bed together. This person is saying, no, they were not. They weren't in the bed together. The first victim was killed cleanly and quietly. The second victim came out and screamed. And so she was gouged, and then she was shoved on top of her friends. That's why they were on top of each other, not because they were sleeping together. That's what he said. So it's been believed this whole time that they were sleeping in the same bed. That is not what this person is saying. Equalizer, please watch your mouth in my chat. Don't do that. The police report, I haven't seen it. Anybody? No, don't say that. I don't appreciate that. These people were murdered. They were robbed of their lives and anything that they were there to accomplish. We're not going to do that. Okay? We're not. There is zero reason to make jokes at this time. Again, I love dark humor. It's just not the time. There's always a time and a place for it. Now is not that time. De-Icer Dave. Yeah, Robbie. Is the cussing because of hitting up the White Claws? Is Robbie on White Claw again? Probably. Because the F-bomb's just flying. Dave, you see the F-bomb just flying all around? And Robbie, are you serious? De-Icer Dave, do you follow me on Twitter? Do you guys want to, is there a DM that you guys can get into? What? Thank you, Julie. Yeah, WTF, man, at the Equalizer. Chill out with that. We're not doing that. This is not a victim shaming anything. These people are dead. Done. So, yeah, you see Robbie just holding his own conversations here, Julie. Like, hey, Bo, you follow me on Twitter? Oh, you're new to Twitter. Oh, enjoy. I've been on Twitter many years. Many years. And let me tell you, Twitter is always lit. I don't give a damn. Twitter, back in 2013, holy Christ, dude. Facebook, every other social media outlet was so far behind. Like Twitter, if I wanted to know something, I did not Google it. I went to Twitter every single time. They would report things way before the news. Twitter's where, people mainstream started using GIFs and like GIF and memes and all of that. Like Facebook was like 2 years behind that crap. Anyway, yeah, Rub going down. Happy New Year. Yes, cheers, girl. Robbie, and I'm sorry to these victims. Thank you, Robbie. Yes, you must be. I mean, these people's lives were completely robbed from them. It's kind of really weird because I feel in a lot of ways with this case, it really does display like females are kind of damned if they do, damned if they don't. Because if Kaylee was the target, obviously she's beautiful, correct? She's a beautiful girl. So is Maddie. So is Anna. But Kaylee especially stands out. She's the epitome of a bomb blonde bombshell. She is. So was this person really murdered because of her looks? Because of what she represented? There's a strong possibility of that. And it's just, if you're ugly as a woman, you're shit on. If you're pretty as a woman, you're subjected to rape. And, you don't even have to be pretty to be a woman and be raped, because that happens all the time. But if you're pretty, you might be killed for it. I mean, it's just, damned if you do, damned if you don't. And I don't want to go on to a big rant about that, but it does irk the hell out of me. Because if this asshole's, and yeah, I just said asshole. If this asshole, if his reasoning for doing this is because she was just so hot and she irritated him, or he was obsessed with her, wanted to do something to her, I don't know. But that is the shittiest reason I've ever heard of. What a moron. And I'm just waiting for when are people going to evolve here? When are we going to evolve? Like, YouTube won't even let us say sexual assault. This whole live stream might be demonetized because I say the word rape. It's a thing. It's real. I don't know why we are not allowed to say these words. It's like teaching your child, oh no, don't call that a vagina. That's too much. Call it something else, Don't call that a penis. Call that your turtle. What? It's the same thing as YouTube making us, instead of saying someone committed suicide, we have to say, someone unalived themselves. Like, Jesus, I'm on a soapbox here. But I feel like things will not change if we cannot address them head on. We should not have to talk around the bush. When I monetize this channel, like, it's not monetized, or monetize this live stream, it's not monetized at this point. Anybody can join in. You're not going to see any ads. But once I end this live stream and I monetize it, it asks you, is this made for kids? I always pick no, because my channel is not made for children. So it restricts my channel to 18 and above. If we are not allowed to hear these words, and they're so abhorrent, well, what do you think the people that actually experience that stuff, how do you think they feel? You can't even say what actually happened to them. We got to dance around a bush and say, what happened to so-and-so rhymes with ape, but with an R. We got to do these word gymnastics to even talk about a crime. How do you expect things to change if you can't even properly speak about them? Squeaky wheel. Because YouTube is run by a bunch of thin-skinned millennials, well, I'm a millennial, that think everything in life should be lollipops and ice cream, only the good, no bad. Well, that's not reality, is it? And that's not how you change things. You don't ignore them and expect them to change. I quite frankly hate being censored in the most ridiculous ways. But anyway. Raven is saying part of the new woke generation. Self-terminated, a no-no square. What is that? A no-no square? We had a no-no square? What is that? Self-terminated. What's going on here? Hi, Glory, by the way. I'm reading your comments. What is Robbie said? What is going on in this live stream? Is everybody ready to go into 2023? I am ready, you guys. I am more than ready. And I have to say, in the true crime world, this is the greatest thing that could have happened yesterday. It really kind of gives me hope for some stuff, because we've just had cases where there's nothing. Michael Vaughn has still not been found. Summer Wells still not been found. Dylan Rounds still not been found. And there's plenty more. But in this case, and I think this guy was extremely dangerous, we had a good ending as good as it could be, I suppose, with getting potential justice and having the families get justice. And I feel like for Kaylee's family, this is going to be very important for them. Even though I've seen families say, after the guy was caught and then after the trial, we thought, like, we were so fixated on that we thought this would make us feel better. But when it was all done, and then the guy's in jail forever, you're still left with the grief of your missing loved one. So I really just don't think that there is any true closure for the families. There's just an acceptance after a while. And they sort of carry on their lives, which is just incredibly sad. Yes, Lauren Dillon, a great way to end the year. I totally agree. Thomas, I teared up when I started to receive the notifications that they arrested someone. I feel for the families. You know what, Thomas? I felt like I couldn't breathe. I was like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, they got him. They got him, they got him, they got him. I couldn't believe it. And when the very first reports, they were not naming him. They actually got it wrong and said that it was a 25-year-old suspect. So I'm like, what is his name? Who is this person? And then they released the name, but still no picture. And then they released the picture. So I was just watching it real time, like, where is this guy's name? Who is he? And when I seen it, it was just, I felt like I couldn't breathe. Like, oh my gosh. But there was this, just for me, I'm a complete outsider. I don't know the families, anything. But I just felt relief. And then I seen Kaylee's family say that it was a great relief to them. So I think they're feeling the same way. Patty Gemini, I believe Kaylee's father could be referring to him as being her stalker. And maybe her family feels guilt as to all of them being killed. Yes, thank you. That's a good point. Family feels guilt as to all of them being killed because no one took her stalker info seriously. You just have all the good points today, Patty Gemini. I want to super chat you. You really do have some great points here. I just, in their statement again, I'll say it again, but I really did feel like they had some sort of shame. I keep using the word shame, but that they weren't ready to talk about the connection between Kaylee and Bryan Kohberger yet. So it could be that they do feel like because she was the target, the other three families have to deal with their dead, with that they have dead children now because of Kaylee in some way. And I sincerely hope, because the family, Kaylee's family, I remember her dad saying something about, we need to know who the target is. Like, this is causing a divide between all of us of like who is the target. So I feel really bad for Kaylee's family, and I feel really bad for Kaylee because, we don't know that she did anything to make this psychopath target her or pick her other than her looks or things like that. If he has been to the house, if he has met her, we're not aware of that yet. That has not been reported that I'm aware of. Jules is saying that she was convinced that he was coming to the Mad Greek once she saw the menu. Yeah. De-icer Dave, finding out more and more about Kohberger. While he might have targeted Kaylee, I feel he was going to murder at some point, if not the Idaho 4 is a sick and twisted mind. I agree with you, Dave. I 100% agree with you. Like I was saying earlier, I feel like he was already planning a murder. He just didn't have his targets yet. Because that questionnaire as far as I know, was put out like 8 months to possibly a year ago. So that just tells you that he was already doing, research into people and how they got away with crimes and stuff like that. Has he really been stalking Kaylee and maybe any of the other victims that long? We don't know, but I don't think so. Maybe. I just feel like he picked his victims, he picked his targets, as he called them, after he decided to plan, quote unquote, the perfect murder. Just my take on it. Thomas, Patty has a great point. I would never ever let my daughter stay in an open house. Everyone welcome. Come on in. I didn't see that comment from her. But yeah, so Duck for Life is saying, do you think he planted DNA from other people at the crime scene? Probably not, Duck for Life, only because he didn't really have to. It really was a party house. And we've seen enough evidence of that. On the Truth and Transparency channel, she has posted the body cam footage, and you just see it. There's people there. They're partying in the TikToks. Dylan Morganson, one of the surviving roommates, was imitating Xana, and she jokingly, imitates Xana and says she's pretending to be Xana, and she's like, can I just have like, hey guys, can I just have like a small party? Like 3 or 4 people tops. And so she's insinuating that Xana would have parties and say like, oh, I'm just going to invite a couple people, and it turned into a big, Animal House party or something like that. So this house is just, it's well known as a party house. I don't think that he would have to go to those lengths. I think that already existed. Oh, really, Julie? I haven't seen that Reddit post, maybe. I don't know. Julie is saying, what if he was the creepy dude who was kicked out the bar? That Reddit post explaining that and saying that that's what Maddie told Adam. It made a lot of sense. I would like to read that. Could you email that to me really quick, if you don't mind? And I'll show it if you have it screenshot. That's my email address. Court Sinkle at Thomas. Once your child turns 18, not much a parent can do about controlling their children's environment. No, but when you look at a person as a whole, especially a person that has allegedly committed this type of crime, you really are going to look at his entire life. You are absolutely going to look at his formative years, who was around him, what was the environment, because the ultimate goal really is to always, well, not always, but the ultimate goal is to kind of find out the why of what made this person who they are. Where did this train of this person derail? Was it very early in his life? Was there a defining moment? You see, again, you see the friend Nick McLaughlin talk about this change within him between his junior and senior year, where junior year, he was fine. He was down to earth. He was a part of the friend circle. He comes back for senior year. He's a totally different person. And to quote McLaughlin, he said he was 100% a different person. So much so they had to remove him from their friend group. So it's, you look at that and think, and then you have the girl on TikTok that literally was showing pictures of him. I believe we played that yesterday. That was off of Michelle Walks' channel, off the girl's TikTok. But she definitely knew him. She was in pictures with him. And she was talking about him being a very heavy heroin addict in high school. It's quite fascinating, the life that this guy had. And, I was thinking about his schooling, because he went to a technical college, but he didn't finish. Then he went to a community college. Then he went to DeSales, which is a Catholic college. So I know it wasn't cheap. And then he ultimately transfers to Washington State University to finish out his doctorate. He was a part of an honor society. It was not a fraternity. I see people getting that confused because it's like Psi Beta, but it's not a fraternity. It is an honor society. You pay like a one-time $50 fee. They recognize you in that group. You have to have a good grade average. I think it's a 3.75 grade point average. You have to have so many, college credits, so to speak. So he was a part of that, but he was not a part of a fraternity. So. Okay, so Kimberly McIntyre is saying BK has serial killer mindset. I agree, Kimberly. There are profilers that do not agree with that, though. So Pat Brown is one of them. Kimberly is saying, I think he targeted the house because of easy access. I think how any of them looked had nothing to do with it. Crime of opportunity with who was in the house. I agree that he had a serial killer mindset, but I think looks were definitely involved. I just do. We'll have to wait and see if you're right, if I'm right. We don't know. But I do think looks were involved. I think Kaylee was targeted for a specific reason. Whether it was a incel hatred for her, a girl unobtainable for this person, or whether it was an obsession of needing to control her, possess her in some sort of way, similar to how he was doing his own dietary needs. Extreme control, extreme veganism. Yeah. So I'm just thinking aloud here, and I love the debate going on. So please don't think because you have a different opinion than me that I like hate you now or anything like that. Some creators be kicking people out of their chats and all kinds of stuff for just having different opinions. I welcome them. So Gloria Dellon is saying, I think it was a combination of factors. I think he is an incel. It was a party house occupied a bunch of free living females. Very well could be, Glory. Absolutely very well could be. It's just, again, it's going to be interesting to see that affidavit. I'm very much looking forward to that being released. Obviously, the press is, Chief Fry already knew the press and people are going to be on top of that. They are going to be requesting that affidavit. So he addressed it yesterday in the press conference and just said, until he reaches Idaho soil and we serve him properly or charge him properly, we cannot release the affidavit. It's Idaho law. So, but now that he's waiving this extradition, we're not going to have to go through a bunch of court proceedings, delays, and all of that. He's just coming back. We're going to get to see the affidavit so much sooner. And again, we'll definitely learn some things from that. Gloria Dellon, I would love to have you on to go through the affidavit, and any legal stuff that you could provide would be good. Kimberly McIntyre probably has Asperger's, OCD, awkward socially. into numbers. He was born 1121, house number 1122, did crime night of 1112. Well, technically he did it 1113, right? Am I wrong about that? That would be, well, everything about this guy is such an enigma, because I was thinking like a psych student isn't going to be like into numbers like that. But I was a criminal justice student, behavioral science student, and, you know, I was into tarot reading. So, well, now I am. I'm just saying. Do I think it's absolute? No. And that's why I left my tarot reading up. It is a good way to see that tarot is not always correct. So for people that believe that it is, it's not. But yeah. So Mac, it is hard for you to conceive of a philosophy of someone that might not think. What? Okay. I don't know what that means, but okay. I think I'm getting in the middle of a conversation. I don't know what's going on. Dave, I was in college in the mid-1980s, and parents didn't have nearly as many worries as they do now about kids being away. Nowadays, there are so many more dangers around. A parent has to be aware. Well, actually, Dave, those concerns have always been there. You can actually look at video footage from the 1980s. I've watched it, where they talk about fraternities, hazing, kids dying from that. Actually, I think back then was less safer because of the lack of technology, the lack of DNA. There wasn't cameras everywhere. So I think now, even though we still have people stupid enough to commit these really heinous crimes, the odds are more stacked against them now than they were before. So, but crimes against women, nothing new. Crimes against children, nothing new. This has been happening throughout history. We just now have, social platforms where you hear about this stuff, whereas normally you wouldn't have. Kimberly, we just got lucky because, I grew up in a little tiny town, and I was talking the other day about how, we would sneak out of our house and go down to the baseball field and do what teenagers do and stuff like that. And we never had any worry that anybody was going to kidnap us or anything, but we were just lucky. We didn't live, there were people that were being actively serial killer murdered back at that time. So Kimberly McIntyre, with his strict eating habits, OCD is possible. People with OCD use numbers. Oh, they do. Very good. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for making that connection, Kimberly. With his strict eating habits, OCD is possible. People with OCD use numbers and get obsessive on certain numbers. They get obsessive on a lot of things. So thank you so much for that. Oh, thank you so much, Duck Life. Duck Life coming in with a 99-cent super chat. I really appreciate that. Happy New Year. Glorin Dellin is saying autistic Asperger's are extremely OCD. You think he has Asperger's or anything like that, Glory? What do you mean, LOL, Jess? What did I do? What did I do? Why are you LOLing me? What did I say? What did Kimberly? Oh, yeah. I thought this was a great comment. It really was. I do appreciate Duck Life. I don't know what you're LOLing about, though. We have been live for 3 hours, you guys. What in the world has convinced any of you to stay here with me? We're just discussing the crime, I guess. We have to be true crime aficionados here, because anybody's going to spend their time on New Year's Eve doing this. You got to be really into true crime, I would say. But I honestly never really make plans for New Year's Eve. Like, I'm not a big New Year's Eve person. When I was younger, I went out and stuff, but it's just not safe. Like, there's DUI checkpoints set up everywhere. I wouldn't be driving anyway, but Tyler doesn't drink. So, like, us going out to a bar or doing something like that, like, Tyler would, like, go along with it, but it wouldn't be his thing. He wouldn't really like it. And then I just feel like, I don't know, I'm happier at home. Like, I'm just happier being here with you guys and talking about something that, I'd rather talk about than being in a bar with a bunch of people getting shit-faced drunk. Like, I don't know. Pretty sure it's my age. Either way, Raven. Someone said he had a thing against LGBT, and maybe he thought Maddie and Kaylee had a relationship. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know how much I feel about that. Dave, I like the straightforward talk here. I go to Jim's channel for the circus atmosphere. Yeah, I've watched a couple of Jim's latest lives. I don't know, like a week ago, or I don't know when, like a couple of them, and they're entertaining. Like, on the dark side of life, Jim's channel can be entertaining, I think. So, Kimberly, career student, staying in school for PhD, never could graduate into real life because of his social disabilities. Yeah, career students are a thing. Courts are cool. When I drink alone, I'm more something to be myself. I prefer to be myself. Well, I'm not alone because I'm with all you lovely people. Well, also, didn't Ted Bundy kill women students? Yes, he did. Yes, he did. But it was like, I think like towards the end where he kind of went on like a spree, because he knew he was going to get caught. But yeah, he did. He went in and killed a bunch of sorority people. So the connections being made with Ted Bundy and him are quite a lot. Like, somebody put up a side-by-side picture of them, and I was like, ugh. That guy creeps me out. He really does. And it's not because I think I know what he did, because, again, he has not been convicted. So we must remember that. Innocent until proven guilty, for sure. That is the law of our land, and we should abide by it. Because if you ever find yourself on the other side and you are innocent, imagine that. Do I personally think this man is innocent? No. No, I don't. But that's what we have to adhere by. So, cortical, I choked at typing the Thorogood lyrics. Well, Anyway, what are you guys' I guess we'll end this live stream soon, because I'm winding down of what to talk about here. But if you guys have any theories, or what are you guys doing tonight? Anybody have any good plans? Is everybody staying in? What are you guys doing? Like, what's your plans for tonight? I am definitely staying in. I'm telling you, we could go 5 more hours on this live stream. Well, maybe not that long. That's really, really long. But I think this is a really long live stream, honestly. Kimberly is saying, have you seen Lana Del Rey music video, Happiness is a Butterfly? No, I haven't. I'm not, you're staying in, Raven? Yep. Me too. Me too. That's why I'm here. I'm assuming everybody else is too, but you never know. It's early. It's only 7:30 here on the East Coast. Glorindellen is doing puzzle and homemade blackberry ice cream with the nieces, maybe a pizza, cuddling my great nephew. That's really sweet. That's really sweet, Glory. That sounds like a great way to bring in the new year. It really does. I'm probably just going to finish this drink, and I don't know. I took steaks out. Tyler still hasn't cooked them. But I think we should, you know what? I should call him. Let me call him real quick. See what he has to say. See if he's going to cook the steaks. I gotta mute. Hold on.
Hey, man.
Hi, babe. Okay. All right, love you. Bye. He actually said, let me go out there. He's talking about the grill because I love my steaks grilled. So he's like, let me go out there and see what's up. I'm going to take that as a yes. That would be very nice. Let's have some steak, New Year's Eve. Oh, come on. Discord party, text when I get home. Hi, Al's. Yeah, we could definitely, we could have a live party too. Crazy how BK's sister went into mental health, and she and his mother even posted poems and stuff about elementary killings. And here he was a security guard at elementary school. Yeah, I know. That's really, his sister being a therapist, and then that stuff that they wrote about the Uvalde school shooting was just, it's crazy. I mean, do you think that they in any way really suspected him? Because it was such a convenient time to pull this crime off. And I do think he probably took that into account as well. It's right before Thanksgiving break. He knew everybody would be leaving. There would be opportunity to go home, regroup a little bit, and then Christmas break. So it's kind of, I guess you could say, a good time to do that because people are so focused on the holidays. Like, you get stuff done, but not as much as you would normally get done. And there's these breaks, you get to go home and all this kind of stuff. So I just wonder, I feel like he took that into account. True crime, yummy. Lauren Dillon, there was a great deal at the store yesterday. 39-cent blackberries, 25-cent and a half, free whipped cream. So that translates to ice cream. That's awesome. It seems odd to me to hire a meth addict to be a security guard. Are we sure that he was a meth addict? Definitely some serious allegations of him being a heroin addict. The reason I say serious allegations is because the person alleging that has actual pictures with him that she showed. So it's clear that she knew him. She's not hiding her face, her name, or anything like that. She is outrightly showing, yes, I knew this person. Yes, he was a heavy heroin addict in high school and even tricked me into, she said that he was good friends with her brother. And then he kind of tricked her into giving him a ride to go pick up heroin. She didn't know that that's what they were doing, but that's what they were doing. Oh, heroin, not meth. Yeah. Rumor has it, heroin addiction in high school, which it's so extreme. Like, it just really is. A heroin addiction in high school. That's young. That is very young. Like, usually, again, people are experimenting more with alcohol and pot and things like that. The people that really take drug use to the extreme, the rest of the classmates are kind of giving the side eye, like, Jesus, heroin? Wow. Yeah, I don't mess with that. Not saying that these people won't go on to do that, but that's kind of the normal progression. Is you start out with the gateway drugs, and then maybe in his mid-20s or late 20s, he would progress to a heroin addiction. But No, he started in high school. That's pretty extreme, in my opinion. In my opinion. DX or Dave, it will be interesting to see if they end up making any comparisons with Ted Bundy. Let me see. I believe Bundy was from the state of Washington and attended U of Washington at some point. He did. Yes. He was going to the University of Washington as well. I think they're definitely going to make comparisons. They already have. They've already made comparisons with Bundy and him with the sorority thing, and Bundy, Bundy was in law school. Bundy wanted to be a lawyer. I always when I think about the Ted Bundy case, I think about a lot of things, but I just always think about what the judge said to him. Because Bundy insisted on defending himself. Again, thinking he was the smartest person in the room. But he actually was intelligent. And the judge told him that he would have liked to have seen Bundy try a case on the other side before him because he wasn't bad at it. Basically you threw your life away, but you could have been something good. And I think this holds true for Bryan Kohberger as well. You could have been something good. And instead, you got that dark passenger, as Dexter called it. You got that dark passenger, like Bundy. Like a lot of these types of killers. This killer is just unique. I always say that, but he is. And I'm not saying that in a glorifying way that, oh my God, this guy's so unique. But he is unique. Unfortunately unique. That's how I'll say it. Courts at Cole, very young. And in his high school yearbook, he looks like young Jonah Hill. Yeah, I noticed that they were saying that he was overweight, and he did appear to be heavier. But I'm wondering, so if he was a little heavier, the heroin addiction, you're gonna lose some weight because you're not gonna eat like you normally would. That kind of kills the appetite. I'm not a heroin addict, but I definitely know them. And yeah, I know some of them. No heroin addicts, former heroin addicts, I should say. And yeah, very much kills their appetite. So I'm pretty sure, his weight loss probably was attributed to that. Kimberly McIntyre. It's crazy. He was actually teaching 3 classes. I know. And went right back teaching after the murders. Oh, you know what? Do you want to see who his teacher was? His teacher is a straight boss. Like, I read this woman's background and I was like, holy shit. I mean, you couldn't ask. This is at DeSalle's. You really could not ask for a better teacher. And I do believe that this was one of his professors. Because she's the one that created the entire criminal justice program at DeSalle's. So I want to show that. I want to show that really quick. Hang on a second. All right, so let me add this to the stream. So yes, this is Catherine Ramslin. Okay, this is the DeSalle's University here. You see she has MA, MFA, PhD after her name. And now we are going to read her very extensive bio. So it says Dr. Catherine Ramslin teaches forensic psychology and is an assistant provost. She created the forensic track in the psychology program and assisted to create the online Master's of Degree in Criminal Justice. That's the exact degree that Bryan Kohberger has. He has a Master's of Arts degree in Criminal Justice. This woman is the one that put that entire program together, and just look at her background. She has appeared on more than 200 crime documentaries and magazine shows, is an executive producer of Murder House Flip, and has consulted for CSI, Bones, and The Alienist. The author of more than 1,500 articles. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to zoom in more. The author of more than 1,500 articles and 68 books, including How to Catch a Killer, The Psychology of Death Investigations, and The Mind of a Murderer. She worked with the BTK serial killer, Dennis Rader, on his autobiography. Dr. Ramsland currently pens the Shadowboxing blog at Psychology Today and teaches seminars on extreme offenders to death investigators and homicide detectives. She came to DeSalle specifically to teach forensic psychology, focusing on her field of expertise, extreme offenders. Having experienced the excitement of forensic psychology, she hopes to show students how to find and prepare for its many opportunities. What did he want to specialize in? Forensics and criminal profiling. That was his teacher. I don't think you could ask for a better teacher. I really don't. And yet he was still stupid enough to get caught, and I'm glad his dumbass was. Sorry. Anyway, Allie is saying, click on her Psychology Today link. Yeah, do I want to? Kimberly McIntyre, heroin makes you not off and lazy, though, and too sick to move if you don't have it. Yes. De-Icer Dave, who defended themselves better, Bundy or Daryl Brooks? Sorry, Jess had to. By the way, Dexter is my all-time favorite show. I'm going with Brooks. Patty Gemini, for saying you feel like sending me a super chat for my comments. What? What happened? Did I miss something? Okay. Yeah, Pink. Isn't that crazy? Oh, Gloria Dellen's going with Bundy. Did you ever watch Dexter, Glory? If you didn't watch Dexter, listen, Brooks was something. Brooks was the guy. Yeah. I feel bad for Brooks, too. I mean, he was killed because he knew the truth. He really did. Anyway. This case is pretty crazy. I still can't get over his backgrounds, like his schooling. Oh gosh, Glory, you've got to watch Dexter, for the love of God. If you ever even watched the intro to Dexter, like you definitely have to take a peek at Dexter. It's really good. You're a true crime person. You're gonna be interested in Dexter. It's a twist. He's a serial killer. I'll give you a basis for it, but he's a serial killer. But he was taught by his police officer father how to control like his urges and direct them. Like he killed other serial killers. So a serial killer hunting other serial killers, and that's how he was able to justify it, was that he was taking out someone that was already bad and doing bad things. So it satisfied his urge to kill, but in a good way. So it's quite interesting, though. It really is. You would like Dexter. Look, Kimberly in here, love Dexter. Gloria Dellon is basically telling me to shut the hell up. She's familiar with the premise of Dexter. I do not need to give a thing on that. Sorry, I didn't know if you knew. And I'm joking, by the way. So, but either way, again, it's just going to be interesting to see what more comes out about this maniac. I think the most surprising thing to me, besides his schooling, his education, is that his heroin addiction. I really didn't see that coming. I thought, he would have some drinking, some pot smoking, something like that in his background, as he was a college student, but I really didn't see that the heroin revelation coming. That kind of took me by surprise. So, but it does go to show that drugs affect everyone. It doesn't matter your station in life. It doesn't matter how poor or rich you are. It doesn't matter what color you are. Drugs is the one thing, the one true thing that never discriminates. It'll take your lowly peasant life just as fast as it will take the biggest movie star in the world. Gloria Dellon, which is worse, meth or heroin? I'm gonna have to say meth, just because of the behavior of the addict. Heroin is terrible, but the addict usually suffers really badly, and then the family, around them suffers really badly. But with meth, there's always that potential that they're gonna flip out and kill you, or do something just completely out of the norm, where a heroin addict's gonna be knotted out somewhere and not able to fight. You could probably push them over, easily. So they're not really much of a threat. Whereas a meth addict, somebody on meth is wide awake, knows, what they're doing, but their mind is so skewed they can do some really terrible things. So yeah, I'm going to go with meth. But, it's not to diminish how bad heroin actually is. And it's all drugs are self-destructive in some sort of way, but heroin is extremely self-destructive. Again, death is around the corner with every bag that a heroin user does. It's just with meth, the potential to hurt others is a lot higher, hurt them physically. Because either addiction is going to hurt the addict and the people closest to them emotionally, because they're a different person. They're a completely different person. But, as far as people being in danger, they're going to be more in danger around a meth addict. So Kimberly McIntyre, I know it's noted he didn't get to Washington State University until after June due to him finishing studies at DeSales. But if he was teaching, he must have went there prior to set up studies and programs, maybe. Yeah, he had a whole office. He had a whole office out at Pullman at Washington State University. And they were checking that. They were going through his office. So I agree. He had to go there prior. I don't think he just showed up for school like a freshman. Again, he had an office. He was going for his doctorate. I think he was held in a higher regard because of his education level. Quartz and Cole. I wonder if BK was catfishing any of the Idaho 4. It's quite possible. It really is. I'm very interested, and we probably won't know all of that stuff, but I'm very interested in what was on Kaylee Gonclaves' phone. Very interested in that. Lauren Dellen, I don't have any experience with drug culture. I have seen cocaine twice, both in connection with police apprehending. Well, Gordon and I did a citizen arrest on a second. You did a citizen's arrest, Lauren Dellen? Really? That is so interesting. Who did you do? Who did you do a citizen's arrest on? I have never done a citizen's arrest. I'm not laughing at you. I've never known anybody I've never known anybody personally that's actually done that. Raven, can you imagine what his family is thinking? No, I cannot. Oh, wow, Glory. So you guys put him under system. Well, that's a legitimate reason. Quartz of Coal, I imagine he has excellent catfishing skills. Yes. Yeah, I feel like he had some kind of contact with them. Like, I know people are speculating a lot about that. Like, did he interact with them at all? I feel like he did. I feel like he did on some type of level. I don't know in what capacity, but I just feel like he had some sort of interaction with them, especially the focus on Kaylee. And then I wonder, did Kaylee, if she let her family know that she felt she had a stalker, I'm going to assume that her roommates knew that as well. So with people asking about Xana's dad, coming to change her locks, is that why? JLR was saying that it was because of the Emily girl that lived next door, but is it really because of Kaylee's stalker? Did Xana, have her locks changed and like Dylan and Bethany could lock their door, allegedly? I don't know if that's what saved them or not, but those two women are so incredibly lucky to be alive. And I truly do hope that they're able to, get the help that they need to overcome this, because imagine going out, you're in college, you're 20 years old, probably out underage drinking, whatever. You come home, you pass out, you wake up the next day all late and wrong to a house of your dead roommates. I mean, that is just, it's so traumatic. The survivor's guilt survivor's guilt is very real. I heard that, Dylan Morgeson was out partying 4 days after the murders. But am I looking at her like, oh, you terrible person? No. I'm looking at that as an escape from the reality of what is. Because literally overnight, their lives completely changed. Their house turned into a crime scene. Their roommates were murdered. It just, I can't imagine what they are actually thinking or are really going through if they're scared to be alone now. I would imagine something like that. I was thinking about that earlier, like how I would maybe feel. Probably very afraid to be alone, anxiety really high, and just, I don't know. Oh my gosh, Glory. Gordon put him in a wrestling hold. I pushed him to the ground and sat on him till the police arrived. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. I'm picturing this in my mind, and it's pretty damn funny. Jolie, it took me this entire time to find that theory, and I emailed to you, but now I have to effing go. Will you check it out after the live, then maybe comment next time? Yeah, let me look at it real quick. I just want to check it out. Why do you have to go? Oh, wow. That's a lot. Can I read it right now? Yeah, she said that. She said that the photos, like, that when she saw him in 2017, I can't read this now. Please. Julie, answer me. Come back. Okay, how about I read this now? Because nobody, I feel like the only people that are here are probably going to get this far in a almost 4-hour live stream. So I will read this next live stream. Can we do that? We can do that. Okay. So this is what Julie sent me. Actually, I'll just bring them up on screen so we can all read them together. Then I'll have to bring them up again, but that's okay. So. All right, I'm just bringing them up. I have not read these, so I don't know what all is going to be said in them. And I hope that Julie forgives me. So Deb Goddard, I will never get over my roommate murdered by the Night Stalker. Holy crap. Richard Ramirez, huh? And I am 68 years old. Wow. I was not home that night in June 1985. I live with it every day. Well, that is, number one, I'm really sorry. Number two, thank God you were not home that night. And number three, that is very interesting. In a very sad way, Deb. I'm very sorry that you had to experience that. Oops. Wow. Yeah. Oh, where is it? Where did that go? Oh, jeez. Did I really not open them up? Hang on a sec. I gotta stop sharing my screen, or it's gonna show. Hold on. Darn it. All right, let me. So, do I have these put up or not? 1840. Okay, so I do. All right. Let's go back and look at these real quick. So this would be the first one. Julie, I promise we will go over this on the next one. So it says, oh, no, this is the wrong one. Hold on. Nope, that's the wrong one too. Is it this one? Jesus, where is it at? Okay, here we go. This is it. So it says could not safe for work. This is in the r/Moscow murders on Reddit. It says, could the Corner Club be an integral piece to the puzzle after all? This also confirms what I read posted by a local. Adam. Okay, we're going into Adam. Interesting. Really don't know what this says, so everyone was saying Adam was the bartender. This local said he was the bouncer. Yeah, well, in the footage or in the still shot that we saw, he was sitting by the door like a bouncer would. Have you ever been in a club or a bar? That's what the bouncer does. They sit there next to the door on a little stool like that. So anyway, it says, when another poster asked what M meant by I told Adam everything, the local replied that she told Adam everything about the creeper, and Adam and the bartender kicked him out. Wow. That's it. No deep, dark secrets. Now that I see from this picture that Adam is indeed the bouncer, I believe what this person said to be true. Now, before you downvote me to hell because you only read the title, take a second to read this. This comment on Reddit from a supposed local apparently adds some desperately needed context to the conversation between Kaylee, Maddie, and HG that is heard on CCTV footage of them walking to, HG would stand for hoodie guy, which would be Jack Showalter, of them walking to the food truck about a conversation between Maddie and Adam. It makes total sense and is the most logical explanation for what they're talking about. All right. Hang on, let me take these down just for a second because I didn't realize, once again, I still had a comment highlighted. So let me take the comment down. Okay. And we'll go back to this. So it says, in the CCT image, Al appears to be the bouncer at CC while Madison, Kaylee, hoodie guy. So AL would stand for Adam. So I'm just going to read their names out instead of the acronyms. In the CCT image, Adam appears to be the bouncer at Corner Club, while Madison, Kaylee, and hoodie guy, unknown younger male, and which we do know the unknown younger male was actually Jack Decor. The family did say that. He was there. Which is, again, incredibly sad to me. If I could just talk about this for a minute. Kaylee's last night on Earth was spent with him. They were there. Her family said that, yes, it was him. And they were there together. So, that guy went through a lot of scrutiny for sure. Apparently, a man was being very creepy to the girls. Madison tells Adam about him, and Adam kicks him out. It is very logical that this man, being spurned by the girls, then kicked out because of them, could have sent this dude into a blind rage. He leaves, but doesn't go too far as to keep an eye on the bar for when the girls leave. Knowing how creepy the guy was, hoodie guy probably knows the girls shouldn't walk alone in case the guy is still lurking around. Yeah, I wondered why he was the one that walked with them instead of Jack, but I don't know. I guess that will be an answer maybe we'll get one day. And I'm sure Jack probably really has a ton of regret for not waking up, answering those phone calls, and even maybe going over to Kaylee's house. Living with such regrets has to be, I don't know, just crazy painful. Anyway. Hoodie guy probably knows the girls shouldn't walk alone in case the guy is still lurking around, which he is, either in his car or standing off in the distance unseen. The man follows them to the food truck, either on foot or more likely in his car as to not be noticed by the three. He waits in his car across the street while the girls get their food, knowing it was busy and Ubers were probably waiting in the same area, so nothing seems suspicious. The girls jump into the car that is their ride home, and the man follows from a distance. So terrifying. It really is. Oh, wait. Next screenshot. Sorry. He parks in a spot that has a full view of the house to monitor when the lights go off, but far enough away that, again, he won't be noticed likely up the hill behind the house. Lights go out. He walks down to the house and enters through the sliding door. He does this thing on the third floor, explains why they think this was targeted. And one of the girls had significantly worse injuries than the others. but is confronted by Ethan and Santa on the way back down the stairs trying to exit. He probably thinks he took care of all the occupants in the house. I don't think so. 4 people equals 4 cars out front. And has no clue the roommates are downstairs. Thinking he has taken care of everyone and there is no more threat of getting caught or seen, he washes off in the sink, which would be incredibly stupid, cleans up a bit, and exits the same place he entered back out the sliding door. Pretty sure the neighbors said that the front door was wide open for hours. But he then gets back in his car, comes down Linda Lane, and is recorded on a Linda Lane ring cam turning onto Taylor in his white Elantra. Police see this footage and match it up with the same car that was seen lurking by the food truck by other businesses' CCTV footage, as well as possibly by other bystanders that mentioned they saw the car near the food truck when brought in for questioning, and then also leaving shortly after the girls do in the same direction as their rideshare. The girls' car is seen again on multiple CCTV cams throughout the duration of the ride home, followed shortly by the Elantra also caught on camera, thus creating the pattern law enforcement described and why they are confident that this particular car is the missing piece. It's a good theory. It's a good theory. I don't hate it. And I don't know. I thought it was a good theory. But anyway, Julie, here's where the theorizing begins. I read on Reddit that he promised Maddie's boyfriend he would watch them. Yes, same, Julie. That hoodie guy, Jack Showalter, was friends with Madison Mogan's boyfriend, Jake, and that Jack Showalter, hoodie guy, looked out for them because he was friends with Madison Mogan's boyfriend. So I read the same thing. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. I kind of feel like hoodie guy was like hanging around to like maybe maybe see if he could get anywhere with them, but I don't know. Even so, hoodie guy, for all the scrutiny that he got, and it was a lot, we're seeing that he was not guilty. That he did escort them to the food trucks, and they ran off and left him, and he did seem a little pissed off about that, and he just walked off like whatever. But he hasn't been arrested. Glorindella, they checked the drains for evidence out to the main sewer. Yeah, see, it's weird to me because I want to say stuff. Like, are you serious? If you're going to commit a crime like this, you think it's smart to wash your hands in their sink? Are you stupid? But I don't want to give anyone any ideas of anything. But that's just incredibly dumb. Especially for somebody, again, who specialized in forensics or wanted to specialize in forensics and had a hell of a professor to teach him. What in the world? This guy actually washed his hands because that just seems nutty to me. You're trying to get away with this crime. You must know with forensics that unless he really thought that his DNA or something would get mixed in with everything else. But God, that's dumb. They absolutely check pipes. Because people do dumb things like that. I'm going to wash my hands right here. Okay. Idiot. And he is an idiot, this guy. Complete idiot. Julie, just one more time, guys. This is a theory only from Reddit. It is not fact. Anyone could have written it. I just thought it was very interesting. I thought it was very interesting as well, Julie. So thank you for sharing that with me. We read it, and I think it was very interesting as well. I did see some issues with the theory. Just knowing what we know now, I just feel like there were some things that were a little off. but still interesting nonetheless. Julie is saying driving there was dumb. Thank you. It's 2022, for fuck's sake. Cameras everywhere. He's a dumbass. He truly is a dumbass. But listen, it is going to be astounding to see. I can't say this word enough. I keep using the same words, same catchphrases. I cannot express enough how much we are going to see this person's grandiosity play out throughout this trial. He's already started. He started day one. He started as soon as he was arrested. Has anybody else been arrested? Excuse me? No, it was just you, Ted Bundy wannabe. And what a loser. Like, if you study serial killers, which I definitely believe he did, because that line is straight out of their book. Somebody else pointed out earlier, John Wayne Gacy, said the same exact thing. And if you ever watch any interviews, I was watching, it's funny that somebody brought John Wayne Gacy up, because I was watching, one of his last interviews that he did, and one of his only interviews that he did. It wasn't long before he was put to death, but he, till the end, if you watched him and didn't know what he did, and by the way, he still maintained his innocence, just so you know, even though he had a crap ton of boys buried in his backyard, literally, he still maintained that he absolutely did not do any of that. But he was charming. He was actually charming. He was nice. He was not this foaming at the mouth killer. And if you did not know that he committed these crimes, he would just seem like a nice older guy to you. It's really how he came off. So, but this fool, Bryan Kohberger, who is going to go down in my book, at least, in my little history book of potential serial killers, mass murders, whatever, is going to go down as one of the dumbest. And I know that that's going to bother him because he very much, again, I just take my word for this, that this man assumes himself to be incredibly intelligent. And he is anything but. He is anything but. But he's still going to attempt to play these psychological games. Courts and law enforcement officers has the burden of placing Bryan Kohberger in the car at the time of the murders. Imagine if he loaned his car to a friend. Yeah, listen, I fully expect shenanigans from this guy, Courts and Fully expect shenanigans from him. I think they're going to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks. His defense attorneys. Luminol, video on his account is bizarre. Well, it's the girl's video. So, yes, it's very bizarre. Gloria Dellon, it would be interesting to see how Ted Bundy's MO would vary where he lose today. Okay, you have some typos, ma'am. Let's see. Luminol. Kohberger follows weapons accounts. Generally weird stuff. Family member accounts are still non-private. Alley Cat, wherever Al's is, she went down a rabbit hole. But it was quite interesting and creepy as hell. Something called goon tape. And she sent me it. I don't really have her permission to play it. She's not in here right now. But it was very, very interesting. TCU wins. Who's TCU? Thomas. Luminol. It's his account. There's a post from October 8th. It has to be his account. Juliet, I saw that, Luminol. I wasn't sure if it really came from his account, though. Are you guys talking about the goon tape stuff, or what are you talking about? So I'm assuming that's what you're talking about. Julie, you understand, right? There can't be a post from October 8th, which is before the crime. Yeah, I'm sure she understands that. Julie, I saw it on the channel. I won't name, and since I don't trust her channel, I just wasn't sure. No, it's fine. What was the channel? It's fine. I don't listen. I don't have like beefs with all kinds of creators. It's not my channel. So are there channels I don't like? Sure. Just because they've been like rude to me, but I just, you know me, Julie. I'm not into the drama stuff. I'm much more into crime and true crime and the cases and looking at the cases. But go ahead and name the channel. It's perfectly fine. If people have a problem with the channel, then they do. I don't tell people who to watch. I don't tell people who to watch. I don't tell people what to do. You guys are all adults. You do what you want. It was on Zav Girls. Oh, okay. So, okay. So what did she post again? Oh, she was posting that. Okay. Okay. Did she post anything with goon tape in it? I'm asking that because of Allie. Thomas, I hope they have the good on this guy, if in fact he is a guy. I definitely believe he is the guy. I do believe that. I don't. There's really not a lot of doubt for me with that. Again, he has not been convicted, and we know what that means in the United States. Innocent until proven guilty. But I feel the police department definitely got their guy. You do not even think, especially as a DA, even think about charging a person with 4 charges of first-degree murder. Those are huge trials. You can't get a bigger case than that. So it's going to cost the state a lot of money. There's going to be a lot of time and effort put into this. For them to charge him this way right away, they definitely have something concrete. I would be in complete shock if they did not. But I'm pretty sure they do. And I'm pretty sure what that concreteness is DNA. But again, I was a little worried that they were like, if you have any more tips about who this guy is, like, reach out to us, please. I was like, oh, geez, what are you guys talking about? Don't you guys know, like, most of the things there is to know about this person? But I think maybe I'm reading a little bit more into that because I think they really just want to, I think they're kind of like us in a way, where we just really, or when I say us, I kind of mean me and anybody that thinks like me, but we just want to like know everything about this person. Everything about this person. It's not an idolization. It's a baffling that I would like to unravel. Like, I'm not going to lie to you. Behavioral science student's dream is like this guy. Because you just picking apart this person's brain. What makes him tick. How he became this way. How he got this way. Is morbidly fascinating. I don't know how to put fascinating into a good way in this, but it just is. So, Marshall and Daisy's mama, I saw it too. The video's crazy. What are you guys talking about? I want to see this. Gloria Dellen, I bid you Happy New Year. I'm off to my wild Mormon party. Happy New Year, Gloria Dellen. I can't imagine how wild a Mormon party would get. You should not, don't get me started on that. That's pretty funny though. But either way, I want to see this weird video. Like, what are you guys talking about? Julie, can you imagine what Gloria Dellen's going to do at her wild Mormon party? What is she going to do? I picture like square dancing and stuff, the singing of the national anthem at midnight. You know, we can't watch the ball drop. There's like too many people out there being just wild and crazy. So we're going to sing the national anthem and then read a passage out of the Book of Mormon. And everybody's going to go to bed with all of their food, all of their 16 tons of food they have buried behind their house. You know, okay, let me not get started here. Please get videos, Gloria. Yes, Gloria Dallin, please tape your wild Mormon parties. You want to get some watch time? Your wild Mormon party, Glory, is gonna have 52,000 views. You can do an inside look on a Mormon on a Mormon New Year's Eve. Do an inside take. Go 2020 rogue on them. Go Lisa Lang on them, Gloria Dellin. Anyway, I'm just talking shit now. Okay. So I seen that it was on Zav's channel. We're going to go there in a minute. I'm just cutting up a bit. I wanted to read this. Marshall's and Daisy's mama. I read somewhere that the way in which law enforcement entered the home says a lot about the amount of evidence they have. Basically, it said that a judge doesn't sign a no-knock warrant without significant evidence. Yes. Yeah, because if you guys remember, Nate Eaton, I don't know if you guys seen this, but he posted on Twitter. He went up to the house. I think I was talking about this earlier in the stream. It's been like 4 hours, so I might have forgot. But yeah, he went up to the house, and it was the front door was like had all this duct tape over it. So it's probably where they kicked the door in. So we'll go to Zav's channel in a second. I don't think she'll have a problem with playing it. Hopefully not. I doubt it. It's just Robbie. What's up, Rob? Rob says, and good job, little Utah. Good job. Robbie, what the hell is this? Are you taking a jab at Glordella? You're welcome to stop polygamy. This year can be the year you stop in Utah. Little cuck Utah. Well, Robbie, put down the White Claw. You're having too many White Claws, sir. It's showing. Julie, I left, but I don't have a party to go to at all. I know, right? We're all laughing at Glordella for her Mormon party, but at least this woman got invited somewhere. She is doing something with her life. We are all stuck together right now. This is our New Year's Eve, okay? So hopefully I will be with you people next year as well. Julie, I hope you have a great time. You've worked your ass off this. Go enjoy yourself. Thank you. Yes. Screw what Robbie's saying. White Claw, Robbie. Robbie, you better start being nice. You're out of line. Oh, shit. See? People are already calling for his wrench. Calling for your wrench. Robbie going to lose his... He's going to. He's one more comment away. He's going to be in Jim Terry's doghouse, which he would probably like. Jim would probably be absolutely pissed off that I put them in the same doghouse, demanding new quarters. I could see Jim Terry doing that. Robbie would be like, what's the problem, Jim? You don't want to be in the same doghouse as me? And Jim would be like, fuck no. Jessica, if you don't get me away from him, I'm going to be on your channel as a murder suspect. So, yeah, that's how I see that going. Billy Cole, I love this channel. I am happy that you do, Billy Cole. Stay for the shit show because we are a little bit of a drink in. So the Mouthy Jess is going to come out. I probably honestly should end this stream because the title is Bryan Kohberger and Kaylee Gonzalez, and then start a New Year's Eve stream because I do not... Or actually, okay, I'm sorry. Let's be serious for a little bit longer and go to Zav's channel and check out what you guys were talking about here. Does anybody know? Hey, Grandma. Look at Grandma. She'll just appear. Glordellin is going to a Mormon party. Grandma, you got any plans tonight? Because everybody wants to laugh at Grandma or laugh at Glory, but she has an invitation. She has plans. We don't have that. Oh, Grandma, fires. Look at Grandma. That's why she's back. Fireworks going off. These people. I'm trying to tell you, we are losers. Millennials, listen, raise your cups alone. No, I'm with you. The older generation, the boomers, are showing us up big time. Big time. They're out here partying. Grandma's got fireworks going on. Us millennials just sitting behind our little phones and our little laptops like, hey guys, Merry or Happy New Year. Whoa. Yay. Whoa. That is terrible. Quartz and gold. I'm a yuppie boomer. Hey, listen, you guys are the ones getting in this year. Live it up. Grandma, oh, great. LOL. We just got back from my mom's having drinks, great food, dice games. Look at these people. Just living. Excuse me. You guys are supposed to be old and staying at home. Why? This is not. Julie, well, I'm feeling worse now. Thanks, Jess. Sorry. I am with you, girl. We're in the same damn boat. Anyway, we got to find this. We got to find this on Zav Girls channel. And then we're going to end the stream, and we're going to come back, and we're going to do a New Year's Eve stream, people. All right, so I am assuming that it's going to be the disturbing video Bryan Kohberger uploaded. Correct, guys?
Recordings.
It's only 59 seconds long. All right, so we're going to play that real quick. I don't think Zav would mind. Find myself. All right. All right, so here we go. John's birthday, 62 tomorrow. Oh, happy birthday, Grandpa John. Love you so much. And Ava's going to be 12. Awesome. All right. So here's Zav Girls channel. We got to get through a little bit of an ad here.
Hey, it's Dana from StreamYard. I'm so
See what
excited
this
to
is. I'm
announce
watching
that
it for the
local
first
recordings
time with
are
you
now
guys.
available on Stream.
Hey guys, so there's this weird video that's going around that Bryan supposedly uploaded in October. I'm gonna play it for you. Trigger warning. It is kind of triggering, I guess. It could be for certain people, so just be forewarned. Okay, here it is. And actually, the music, I'm gonna have to put a different song over top of it because it's like a really commercial.
Okay, hang on. Once again, I forgot the damn comment. Robbie, it's your fault. Anyway, okay, so let's go back to that. Sorry, I just didn't want anything in the way.
Song that they're playing, then I'm sure it'd be copyright. So what I'm gonna do, it's just like it's basically just music in the background. There's a few little sound effects, but you're not missing anything if I just put a different song on there. So the song that is on there originally is Sabotage, so you know what the original one is, but they almost like add some sound effects to it where it's like I'm not doing it very well, but it's like, you know, when the guy's hitting somebody, like you could kind of hear like boom, like bass or whatever, like they're adding a little bit of their own effects to the song. But like I said, I don't want to take a chance of playing it and getting copyright. So yeah, here it is though. But yeah, so supposedly he uploaded it. So here it is. Let me know what you guys think.
Oh, I saw this. I saw this.
Oh, I've been running from the law. Hope they won't shoot me down soon. Facing for the sleepless nights. Try to catch me howling at the
moon. Yes, I have actually saw that because Allie sent it to me. And I have to tell you, it is highly disturbing. If I had to pick something for Bryan Kohberger to post, it would be something of that nature. The look of the guy's eyes at the end when he's being arrested with the blood dripping down him, there's the duper's light again. There's a spark in that person's eye, and Yeah. Allie Katz did send that to me. And I wrote back to her in the email. I was like, that is creepy as hell. What am I reading, Julie? Kevin Labber, I may have missed this, but any belief BK posts on 4chan. What do you want me to read, Julie? I don't know what you. The thing that you sent me? Grandma. Yeah, he does look happy AF, doesn't he? Grandma, Happy New Year. 2023 has got to be better than 2022. Am I right? You are right, ma'am. Hip hop hooray. Kim says CNN put out a good article. Oh, did I miss Kim's comment? Or I don't know what that is. I'm not seeing any. I don't know what article you mean. There's been a lot of articles. Grandma, we don't do politics on this channel, ma'am. CNN has put out actually a couple of things that were good. So, when it comes to politics, choose your channels. But we're talking about true crime here. So different thing. We don't want to get into any of that. I know you were kidding, but we don't want to do that. I'm kind of, I am relaxed. I am. I just get really, now when I end this live stream and we go into a Happy New Year's live stream, Happy New Year's Eve live stream, then we can talk about all kinds of stuff. I would prefer not to talk about politics because it always ends up messy as hell. But we can talk about anything then. I am having a whiskey boo-boo. So, okay. So I think we did cover everything that we wanted to and much more. But I'm going to end this live stream. Oh, here comes Julie. See? Julie emailed it. It's from 5 hours ago. Well, I haven't checked my email. Okay, let me look. Let me see. Oh, you emailed that in the email that you sent? No. The one that I already read out? Is that what we're talking about? What are we talking about? Did you see Joe Rogan passing a J to Elon Musk? Oh, yeah. Listen, Grandma, that is old news, girl. Elon Musk got rang through the ringer because he smoked some pot with Joe Rogan. Julie, you don't have to read it, girl. We can all read, most of us. What am I behind? Or I don't know. Like, do you want me to read? I don't know. I'm confused. I could be the rum. I don't know. Oh. All right. They don't go lightly sending a SWAT team for nothing. Yeah, listen, that SWAT team was everything. They were getting that guy. They were absolutely going after his self. Kimberly McIntyre, the article talks about DNA and FBI watching him for days. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I don't know. I guess I didn't see that. I'm sorry. They knew this was their guy, Jess. They followed him. Yeah, I totally believe that. There's no doubt for me that they got their right guy. Again, district attorneys do not lay these sorts of charges for nothing. They will not do it if they don't think that they have a very, very, very good chance of success. So they obviously do. They obviously have some stuff. If not, you wouldn't see these charges. So again, very much looking forward to that affidavit. I can't say that enough, where I feel like some of our questions, not all of them, but some of them are going to be answered. We're just going to learn a little bit more. So I'm going to end this live stream here, and then I'm going to start a new live stream for New Year's Eve, so we can cut up. But I just want to really keep this live stream about what the title is about. So, all right, you guys, you can join me because I'm coming right back on, or you can get off. And I hope that you guys have a great New Year's, and that we all roll into 2023 with prosperity and peace. Peace is essential. Yes. Happy New Year's. Grandma Saturday. Yes. Julie, thank you. Happy New Year, everyone. Please hit like if you haven't yet. Yes, please do. Greatly appreciate that again. Thank you for bringing that up again. Okay, guys. I will see you on the next one, which is going to be, again, a New Year's Eve live stream. If we talk about case, we do. If we cut up, we do. It's just not going to have a direct title, so I don't want people to come on this live stream and it's nothing about Bryan, Kohberger, or Kaylee Gonclaves. So, but anyway, okay, I will see you guys in a minute. Bye, guys.